Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check.
So as soon as I do this, I will just stand there and be ready to go live whenever they.
Jefferson directly across the street here is where a number of people were shot today. I'm just seeing some information, some pictures coming across my phone.
I can't give a statement about what's going on.
Can you just tell me your thoughts?
It's heartbreaking. I think the whole community is concerned.
Councilman Garcia as well as a number of other figureheads in the city of Buffalo, including Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown, Erie County District Congressman. I saw Erie County Executive North Carolina to go into a this is home community. This is a place, a safe haven, a Super Bowl, of all places where people innocently come to do their grocery shopping at a time when so much costs us so much. These people inside, obviously.
Hi. So I'm at the scene, but I'm safe. All of the media people are all standing together. Yes, yeah, and if it gets unsafe, all of us will leave. The shooter's caught. Yeah, they got. I think the police probably shot him. I don't know if he's alive. They're gonna do a media briefing at 5, and I'm about to do a cut-in with what I know, which is not much information. I was working already anyway, so I came in. Yeah. Because I'm filling in. Okay, they're streaming live, so everybody can hear what I'm telling you. But I'm filling in for Danielle today, so I was already at work. But yeah, I am safe. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. If you go to our website, you can watch what we're doing, and you'll be able to see me live. Yeah, it's the thing at the top, it's red and it says live. Just click on that. Okay, all right, thanks. All right, thank you. All right, bye. That was my mom. They haven't said in your ear that they want to slide yet, right?
I can't hear them.
Oh, you can't? Okay. I would set it up so that you also have IFB.
Gives me goosebumps. Week after Mother's Day.
I don't have like a.
Do you not have an earpiece?
I don't have an earpiece or anything like that.
About an hour ago, I was speaking to those
Maybe they need, Scott may need to get. Okay. Yeah, Scott may needs to buy you one. Also, because usually the photog also has an IFB, so that you can cool and ask them for
all of those people gathering, trying to wrap their heads around what happened here in their community, but not only trying to wrap their heads around what happened here, also trying to get
yes.
people who are inside, their loved ones, their family members.
Yeah, I don't think I said
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they both have a B.
What would have led him to open fire inside the supermarket? What are police officers driving here on scene? Heavy law enforcement presence is not
Well, yeah, we just got
going to stop anytime soon as we investigate. Just about 10 or so minutes ago, I heard from Buffalo police spokesman Mike who speaks not only on behalf of the city of Buffalo, but also its police department, who told me that possibly by 5 o'clock we would have an update from the police, from the figureheads in the city of Buffalo, politicians, and executives.
getting the helicopter sounds. The IFB is not great. Some things that are terrible. I think it just got worse. So whatever happened right now. They're trying to talk to me, but I can't hear them because the IFB is
What their
on.
affiliation was.
Hearing's not answering.
As far as that goes, as you can see, more
Try this.
police officers gathered.
Oh, now that sounds better. Whatever you just did fixed it.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
because I'm sitting
Okay.
inside next to the
Next
packs.
steps
Okay, that fixed it.
to the
Okay.
investigation. Now it's it pertains to whomever is still left
Here, I
inside
need to talk to him. All right, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Now I can't hear you. Yes, now I can hear you. The IFB was messed up, but we fixed it. Okay. Yeah, we don't have that. Right. Right. Yeah.
eyewitness telling our reporters
All right, they said stand by.
Oh, they did?
Yep.
again this
So I don't know if you're going to be able to like swing it or back up.
mass shooting like this happens, more than more people as the definition is. You better believe that every single person, every single higher up in Buffalo right now will be here to make sure that everybody knows and to bring
That's fine. Then I can't go live with CBS then. That's fine. I'll tell them that.
that the shooter is in custody.
All right, stand by.
Remains unclear still tonight. We are expecting to hear from
Got it, I'll be
Buffalo
ready.
Mayor Byron Brown, Buffalo Police Commissioner Joe Gramalia, and Erie County District Attorney John Flynn in the next half hour or so, as according to Buffalo Police. I want to point out what we're seeing here. A number of officers gathered.
Yeah, so we're right here, and I'm going to get out of the way so you can see what's going on, and Ryan can show you. We're at Jefferson and Laurel at the Tops, where this mass shooting happened earlier this afternoon. It's on the 1200 block of Jefferson Avenue. Right now, all we know from police is that multiple people were shot and that the shooter is in custody. They're telling people to avoid the area. Now, we are expecting an update from Buffalo Police potentially, and I need to say potentially around 5 o'clock today. I can tell you that the mayor's here, the Common Council president's here, the DA's here, the county executive's here, and the police commissioner is here, but we are waiting for more information. I know there are a lot of rumors out there flying on social media right now, so we do want to stress that all we have confirmed from Buffalo Police at this point is that multiple people were shot here at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue in Buffalo, and that the shooter is in custody. For now, we'll send it back to you. Sure. So from where I'm standing, and you guys can see that right now in our live video that we're showing you, Buffalo Police. I'm primarily seeing Buffalo Police. There are other officers out here in tactical gear, so they could potentially be with other agencies. But from where I'm standing and where I've been this whole time, this is the media staging area, I have only seen Buffalo Police officers, but that doesn't mean that other agencies aren't here. They need a live picture. Just so you know, Michael, Ryan does not have an IFB. So if you have any info for him, you have to tell me and I have to tell him.
It's been, yes, like 10 years ago.
All right, the cut-in's over, but I think that they're still live streaming. I'm gonna shut off the mic.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
For this mic, because this is different than a lot of the other code tags, you just press the red button.
Yeah,
Hold
just
it
hold that
down.
down.
Okay.
And I'll shut it off.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you.
Like at the very beginning of this, Erica.
We can. Yes, this is Kelly's camera, but our mic is up on the mic stand. Can you hear me through the shotgun mic?
Hi, we can hear you, but our mic's up at the podium standing, so we can't talk back to you. I can hear you.
Oh, so sorry.
Okay, all right, see you back. Did you guys need something? Ryan says we can't do a hit before because we have the presser.
We're all set for the press.
Like, everybody's all set for the presser. Yeah. No, what do you need? Because we're all, like, all of us are in here ready for the presser. Are you guys doing a cut-in? No one has told us anything. Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, we were told that came from me, probably between 5:15 and 5:30. Yeah. Okay, all right, no, thank you for telling me. Nobody has told me anything. We weren't able to talk back because Mike is already up there with all the mics. But yeah, nobody has said like, hey, we're doing cut-ins or whatever.
Yeah, you can. You can record a picture. I think so. There's like an update.
I can grab the mic from the mic
You
stand.
can. If you can record the picture and then I can. Yes, there you go.
Okay.
Unless you want, I can put.
Okay. Okay, we're a couple of minutes away from you doing the cut-in, apparently. So we've got to grab the mic and we've got to get the camera so that I can talk about whatever you have at the press conference.
That's with the 75.
And Michael said that if the press conference starts when we're talking, I have to walk over to the microphone.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard because you have to screw the whole bottom out and then you gotta take the whole thing off. That's not gonna work, but okay.
Do you want to nurse a market?
Actually, I have one, so.
I don't think the press conference is going to start.
Okay. check 1 2, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. We have to like crank this up. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. There you go.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? We've grabbed the mic. I cannot hear you guys. There's a lot of feedback in my IFB, so if you guys are talking to me, I cannot hear you. And also the cell coverage in here is not great, so if you're messaging me and stuff, I'm not getting the messages. I just got the statement from Tops that Kim tagged me in on Teams. That made it better for a couple, yeah, whatever you did fixed it.
It's good now?
It's, yeah, there's less, oh, that made it worse. I think stuff is just too close together. But I also haven't heard anybody talk to me since I got off the phone with Michael.
I haven't heard anything yet.
Oh, that made it worse?
That made it worse?
Yep. That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. I think it's an issue with that transmitter being too close to the pack.
Okay.
Because this has happened before. It's not like a new issue.
Let's switch to this so we can get
Can you get a shot?
They're in a cut-in.
I mean, it's a little crackly. Do you hear that?
It's a little crackly, but I can hear.
Okay, he's going around.
Why didn't you shoot it as well? Because he's got a lot of water damage from being out there. We were sponsoring, so.
Oh, here, I'll move up.
Josh, put your mic up there?
Got it.
Yes or no?
Yeah. Let me get through that.
That's all right.
Okay.
Josh, this is Carolyn Thompson.
Hi. No. We met, right? Yeah.
Sure.
I figure if I follow everybody, I give you a little time.
Yeah.
It was your book bag.
Yeah, it was. It was me.
Yes. Can you see us and hear us?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Okay.
I'm here just. And I got out of the grass on those.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Marilyn was that. We were actually supposed to be running there and supposed to cut it short. Just because it was too hot and whatever.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not hot. I'm quite so I'm like damp at this point.
Oh yeah, I got water in my car. My car's like forever.
I want this out there. Aaron's saying they're close.
So you're studying journalism?
Yeah, they moved everybody inside, and we're all gathered here waiting for this press conference to start. It's expected to start anytime between 5:15 and 5:30. We just saw the police commissioners here, the Common Council presidents here. So that will be our first official word of what's happening. I know we have those numbers from the Associated Press, but as of right now, what we can tell you is that the Buffalo Police Department has confirmed that multiple people have been shot and the suspect was taken into custody. Scott and Claudine.
All right, we can put this right back up there,
Okay.
actually. Awesome.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and reach. 1, 2, 3.
Would it be okay if we could at least remove one of them, because, I mean, we've got to put our
Or,
mic back.
or does somebody have another?
I feel like we need to,
Or does
Maybe
somebody?
Jocelyn.
you have 2 7 mics, so you need to.
Okay, good. We'll do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fair.
I don't think we have another stand. I don't think we bought them.
We have a mic stand, just in case.
Oh, yeah, let's shove this up. Awesome.
Thank you.
Because that's what you do. You should.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
there. So that way if anyone brings any others.
Yeah, because I'm sure like there are probably more crews.
Thank you.
Yeah, fortunately, he'll be modern.
How's it been on the morning show? Looking for us.
You're gonna have to crouch down when it starts.
See if I'm right here.
Call Sean when we have that figured out.
I'll do what I need to do.
Hannah, can you check if that mic is on? I'm not seeing anything.
Mm-hmm.
It is?
Yep. But it might have gotten wet, so I don't know. Is it working?
No, it's not. Here, pass it back to me.
You're right. That's my bad.
You doing that? Okay, I'll do that. Just the moment I post this.
Jefferson Avenue Saturday.
everybody have a mic check at this point? Mic check, all good? Everybody's good?
Yeah, we're good. Josh is good. She'll be good with questions. I'll ask her the questions. I mean, I'm pretty on top of it, so. Okay. And then I'll hang back. Hey, what notes can you take? They're watching us live. Like, oh, they said between 5:15 and 5:30.
Marley, can you then give me a,
Well, do you mind if I assume then? No, because I don't want to. Yeah. What were you on?
Can't run bad loose.
Looking at 5:45.
Okay.
5:40, yeah.
I got it.
Just real quick, once we do start, check history until we need to look at 5:45 right there. For the update.
Tom Higgins is here. What? Tom Higgins is here. Inspector Major? Inspector Major coming? I just don't.
So as soon as this is done.
You know, they just done it. All right, you want to see where they're at? Okay, thank you.
Was that
Perfect. Use the use this, my 7 minutes here for the though, because I don't have
like, I read anything yet? Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. I'll work. Okay, all right, cool. Thanks.
What should we do, Michael?
Yeah. Oh.
Literally everything is
Should they be able to hear me? Yes.
If you're dialed in, I believe.
Okay. Hey guys, Casey's getting us up right now. I can hear you, yeah. Yeah, hi Karen, I can hear you. I'm at the scene right now. So I'm inside the Apollo Media Center, which is where we're waiting for a press conference to take place. We're waiting to hear from Mayor Byron Brown as well as Police Commissioner Joseph Romalia to give us a little bit more of an update. That was supposed to happen at 5:15. They pushed it back to 5:45 right now as things are still pretty active at the moment. There's a lot of police presence outside. The streets, a lot of the streets are blocked off, so anyone who's in the area of the Jefferson Avenue tops is going to want to avoid the area. There is a lot of traffic. There's a lot of people outside. It did just start pouring a little bit ago. That didn't stop anybody. I saw a lot of worried, crying faces outside just as I was making my way in here. I know it is a tragic scene at the moment. We're told that at least 10 people are dead. We're still waiting to hear more about the condition of anyone else that might have been injured. We do know that an individual walked into the store carrying a rifle, and that is when they opened fire. Otherwise, we're still waiting at the moment to hear more from our local officials.
Yep. Yeah, you gotta come from the north side though.
You know, for something like this, I mean, you can tell that this sent a really big buzz of concern and fear in the area. You can just see on the corners of the streets that there are families and people huddling together, talking about what they saw, what they heard, what's going on. They're taking a look at the scene as, like I said, it is roped off. There are police, there are emergency responders who are still out there. So I think it's a lot of people coming out into the neighborhood just to get a look at what's going on.
That's the best bet, because then you just start it, record it on your phone and shoot it.
Yeah.
On your camera. Alright, thanks, man.
Yeah, so I haven't had the chance to get very close to anything, so I haven't heard a lot of the conversations that are going on, but you can definitely see and feel the tension that is in the air outside here. Just as I arrived, it started raining, so people started to take cover a little bit more, but there's still a lot of people outside at the moment. The sun's coming out right now, so we're hoping that
Victims that were killed were African American. I'm going to come out and say what I believe it is, that it was a hate crime. It was a racially motivated hate crime. And we'll find out what the suspect's story was because he's being questioned by the Buffalo Police Department now. And there's video that the police should have by now inside the Top supermarket, because that place has surveillance cameras all over the place. So I'm very confident that all of the shootings were captured on video. This guy's not going to get away with it. People automatically are going to assume that he was mentally ill. But in New York State, mental illness alone is not a defense to homicide. You have to prove that the person's mental illness is so bad that they don't appreciate the nature and of their conduct and don't have the ability to control it. So in other words, you could be a mentally ill person, but just because you're mentally ill isn't a complete defense from killing somebody. Your mental illness has to be so ill that you can't even control your conduct. You know, obviously this was intentional. It was targeted. It was planned. It was well thought out. Let's hope that this guy spends the rest of his life in prison.
It's also going to be interesting, John, to find out whether or not the shooter is from Western New York or if this is somebody from the outside who came in.
Right.
And if he did come from the outside, why did he choose Buffalo? Why did he choose that location? And also, if he's not from Buffalo, somebody had to tell him about that location.
That's, you know, I mean, Jefferson Avenue is the heart of Buffalo's black community. barbershops, bars, grocery store, banks, medical facilities right there, and it's obvious why that was. If he wanted to make a statement, that would be the street to go. If he wanted to make a statement.
John, we just spoke to somebody who had some friends that were in the store at the time. We're going to listen to what they had to say right now, and then we'll get back with you.
I started calling people that I know were working in the store so they could tell me their location and where they were at. I did a little bit of relaying, but it's hard. It's hard. I'm up here every day. I'm up here 7 days a week. I know everybody in the neighborhood. I know everybody that was working in there.
And what word have you gotten on some of the people you know that have become a victim? What do you know, without saying names?
I know that I've lost 3 people that were close to me. I also know that 2 others were shot. I lost 3 people today that I know and talk to 5-6 times a week. One, a friend of over 30 years. Another person I've known for 20 years. This is insane.
Are they the people you know, are they employees there? Were they grocery shopping today? What do you know?
People that worked at the store, as well as one of my fellow people that does what I do. And it's a tough day. It's a tough day. We're talking about good people. We're talking about people that help people every day. And for somebody to come and do this is...
That is how people are feeling right now. I just got a text message from Herb Bellamy. In the community in the city of Buffalo, we all know Herb Bellamy. His father was a staple, 1490 Jefferson. He said, "I am so saddened and so angry by what happened." His residents shop there every day. This is what people are feeling. And this is not just a black-white thing, right? This is affecting all of Buffalo, but specifically the black community, the east side of Buffalo. We talk about black on black crime. Well, now we're talking about crime that has hit a community and 10 people are dead who were just probably trying to do the right thing, going to get groceries.
And of course, during a break or something, I saw you even react to another text from a personal friend about how you may know someone and other people may know. This, John, is going to really wreak havoc in a community. There are so many people that will be affected by this also. I did get a text also from a very top law enforcement official who says that there are looking at a possible hate crime here. They're going to wait to speak to the press, and they're also waiting for the U.S. attorney. So that is from a top law enforcement officials here. So the talk about a possible hate crime here is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, John, explain why that's so important that it's out there as a hate crime possibility.
Well, this is, you know, people think about the death penalty, and the death penalty in New York State is unconstitutional, but it is not the federal law still has the death penalty on the books. As a matter of fact, on the Trump administration under U.S. Attorney Barr, people were executed. And if the federal authorities do look at this, it could possibly be a death penalty or a death eligible crime.
Yeah, and in this case, just going back, because I know people who are watching are wondering who was there, who were the victims. We do not know names. We do not have that information to give out at this time. We need to get that from authorities. But what we do know is that some of the people who do go inside of there, a lot of them are elderly individuals. But we saw some of the video of families going inside and coming outside, mothers hugging their children, clutching them, because this is something that will forever stick in their minds. And then we also can't ignore that law enforcement, they have a heavy presence at that particular location. Like I mentioned, as soon as you walk inside, you are encountered by usually a retired Buffalo police officer, definitely hired security, and they're always there. They try and make you feel very friendly as you're there, but it's one of those supermarkets where everybody knows everybody, everybody's talking.
And we don't necessarily know whether that security officer was armed or not also.
We do not know at this time. We do not know.
Right.
John, is there anything else you want to tell us more about? You remember the City Grill shooting, how difficult that was and what we went through there. by them having somebody already in custody, how does that help police right now? They're
Well,
one step ahead?
No, I think it's good to know people, you know, that were locking their doors and wondering if there were other people out there and this person was at large and if they could be harmed. I think people can relax with a little bit of safety knowing that this person has been arrested. But it also raises people's fears. Are there other people out there that could be copycats and do a similar thing? You know, this is what law enforcement calls a soft target, because it's not heavily armed. There aren't metal detectors there. People that are there are primarily defenseless. And could there be other copycats to do the same thing that happened to our community, to happen to this community again in other communities across the country? And I mean, you look at Pittsburgh not too long ago, a Jewish synagogue was attacked and people were killed there. There's just been so many racially motivated crimes, whether it be against the Jewish population, against people of Mideastern descent, of people that are Caucasian. All over the country, there's hate crimes, and somehow we just got, as Rodney King said, why can't we all get along,
right,
and start to just love each other and look at what's on the inside and realize that we're all human beings and that we're all created by God and that we all basically want the same things. We just want to be around our families and eat every day and have an enjoyable life. And you know, there's no reason to just hate people because of the color of their skin or their religion or the language that they speak.
Exactly, John, you're so right about that. We're going to go right out now live to Rob Hackford. He is live out at the scene. He's been talking with people who have been near or around the Tops Market. Rob, can you fill us in?
Yeah, Claudine, we've heard from a lot of people who have come up to police asking about their loved ones who might have been in the mall, if they've seen their car. Haven't heard from them this afternoon, or they might have known that they were going grocery shopping at this Tops location, but at this time things are so early on that they have not been able to get much information from police. They've taken names, they've continued moving on, but they've had a lot of support from folks in this neighborhood stopping by, even folks from around the city. I spoke with LaCandace Durham a little while ago. Her and her husband Larry came by just to check in on people and make sure that their old neighborhood was good. They now live in Riverside, but you know, with an incident like this, with 10 people killed here at the Jefferson Avenue Tops location around 3 p.m., you know, they want to have support and bring that support to this community. Again, we've seen ATF, Buffalo Police, the Erie County Sheriff's Office has had their chopper up. They have deputies here as well. State police are also here, and they're just trying to piece together information to potentially provide it with us again at a press conference that we've been waiting for anxiously to learn anything more about this shooting. Again, this is a predominantly black neighborhood. LaCandace said that, you know, it's a tight-knit community at that, and they used to come here and get fried chicken on Sunday and bring it home and just enjoy spending the time at this location when it was built and put together. And you know, to see this in their community, they were incredibly surprised, and that's one of the reasons why they stopped by. They drove down again from Riverside, where they currently live, but they used to just live down the street. They haven't heard, or fortunately hadn't heard, that any of their friends or family in this area, you might have had a loved one inside this Tops location, you know, but there are plenty of people who are still anxiously waiting, trying to get any information about any of the 10 people that were killed in this incident today around 3 o'clock at the Tops on Jefferson here in Buffalo. Again, we hope to learn more from Buffalo Police with a press conference coming up very soon. We'll have Kelly Dudzik on that in just a little bit. But again, the suspect in this incident around 3 p.m. today at the Tops on Jefferson, if you're just joining us, 10 people killed. The suspect is in custody. So Claudine and Scott will send it back into you. We'll be talking to plenty of other people this evening and hope to have more for you tonight.
All right, Rob Hackford reporting tonight. Rob, thank you. And we just want to mention that the Jefferson Avenue Tops is a predominantly black neighborhood. The shooter was a white man in fatigues, reportedly also. Like Rob said, 10 people have been killed in this mass shooting now that the nation and the world is hearing about here in our hometown of Buffalo, at our local Tops store on Jefferson Avenue. And there are some people that had friends that were in that store. Let's listen once again to a gentleman that we just interviewed who had some friends that were in that store.
I started calling people that I know were working in the store so they could tell me their location and where they were at. I did a little bit of relaying, but it's hard. It's hard. I'm up here every day. I'm up here 7 days a week. I know everybody in the neighborhood. I know everybody that was working in there.
And what word have you gotten on some of the people you know that have become a victim? What do you know, without saying names?
I know that I've lost 3 people that were close to me. I also know that 2 others were shot. I lost 3 people today that I know and talk to 5-6 times a week. One, a friend of over 30 years. Another person I've known for 20 years. This is insane.
Are they the people you know, are they employees there? Were they grocery shopping today? What do you know?
People that worked at the store, as well as one of my fellow people that does what I do. And it's a tough day. It's a tough day. We're talking about good people. We're talking about people that help people every day. And for somebody to come and do this is...
Just feel the pain and the anguish.
Yeah, what more can you say for somebody to come in and just do that? And, you know, we're hearing from people who know people who were there. Keep in mind, some of you all may know people who were at the store at that time. You probably already know some of the names. We just are not, out of respect for the families, not releasing any names until we actually hear it from authorities. That's when we'll pass it along to you. We are getting some of those names. And so our hearts go out to all of them, to the entire community, that something like this has happened in Buffalo, New York, on a hot Saturday afternoon. In the month of May.
Yeah, you never think it's going to happen this large in your own community.
Right.
Sure enough, today was the day. And members of the community, they are reacting to this afternoon's violence. We caught up with Bishop Perry Davis from the Stop the Violence Foundation. He told us that he is still trying to learn more details this afternoon and process exactly what happened.
My condolences go out to the families of the victims. And it's sad, you know, that this have to happen, because we've been praying for a safe summer in Buffalo, New York here, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
And that's Bishop Perry Davis, who has really been on the front lines of trying to fight the violence in the city of Buffalo for so many years. He's come up with different initiatives to try and get young people involved, but that was primarily working with people within the city community, within the neighborhoods, so that if they were involved in any type of violence, that maybe they would think twice about it and not get involved. We don't know who the shooter is. We do not know his name. We don't know if he is from the city of Buffalo or from Western New York or from the outside. That is going to be something very interesting to find out.
Yeah, let's bring in, we are monitoring social media also and reaction from officials. Governor Kathy Hochul did tweet a little while ago, quote, "I am closely monitoring the shooting at a grocery store in Buffalo. We have offered assistance to local officials. If you are in Buffalo, please avoid the area and follow guidance from law enforcement and local officials."
And Congressman Brian Higgins has this to say: horrified by the mass shooting in Buffalo, we are in communication with local leaders and authorities to offer any federal support that is necessary.
And a top spokesperson released this statement this evening. It says, quote, that we are shocked and deeply saddened by this senseless act of violence, and our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Our top priority remains the health and well-being of our associates and customers. We appreciate the quick response of local law enforcement and are providing all available resources to assist authorities in this ongoing investigation.
And right now we're going to show you a live picture. This is video from inside of the Apollo Theater that is on Jefferson Avenue, right down the street. The city uses this location to record a lot of its local productions. This is where city leaders, along with police, Buffalo Police, and any other law enforcement agencies that are going to be working with them, this is where they are going to brief reporters. You're going to hear that briefing live right here on Channel 2. It could be happening at any minute now, so just stay with us, because when that happens, you will hear it live and you will also see it on our website as well. It's important to note that this is going to be very interesting to hear what they have to say so far. And if we can go back to John Elmore. John, I just want to know from you, police aren't going to say much about the shooter right away, or are they just going to say we have him in custody and maybe where he's from? They're going to play this kind of close to the vest too.
I'm going to anticipate that they're going to say, describe the number of people that were dead, indicate that they're not going to identify them until the families are notified, talk that this is a coordinated effort between local, state, and federal authorities, mention that the suspect is in custody, hopefully he's given a statement to the authorities, and that the investigation is ongoing. And they'll probably tell as many details as they possibly can, but they can't tell everything. There are a lot of unanswered questions.
You know, and John, we're not even officially at the summertime point here, and that's when most of the shootings do occur. This is a tragic shooting, 10 people dead today. What did you say earlier today? Remind the viewers that you think it's a gun problem that we have in our local area.
Certainly there's too many guns on the street. I mean, anybody can get a gun if they want somebody and do bodily harm and take somebody's life. Mentally ill people can have access to guns. I mean, any teenager that wants a gun in the city of Buffalo can get a gun very, very easily. And this particular gun, in order for that person to fire 50 rounds and kill 10 people, that's a high capacity weapon. That's not a weapon that you go out to shoot a squirrel or a rabbit or a deer. That is a weapon of mass destruction that should only be used in war. And these type of high capacity weapons should not be, the public should not have access to those, because there's no other reason to have that type of weapon. As a result now, 10 people are killed, and when you look at the 10 people that are killed, you have to think of how many families are affected and people are affected. I mean, some of them are going to have children, mothers, parents. They're going to go to churches, their co-workers, and I mean, it's just the number of people that are going to be directly affected by this is multiplied by tenfold. I mean, I mean, the whole community is hurting. People are sad and mourning, that just know that there are members of this community that died without even knowing their identities, and they're shooken up and feeling sad and feeling angry at the whole time and trying to get a grasp on it.
We're going to go live right now to the press conference that is about to start right now at the Apollo, so stick with Channel 2 and we should be sending that out right there right now.
Why don't you come right here? Okay, I know the tight quarters and good. Alan, let me know when we're good. Mayor Brown. What started out as a beautiful day in the city of Buffalo has turned into a terrible day and one of tremendous heartbreak for every member of our community. We have suffered a mass shooting with multiple casualties and several people injured. This is the worst nightmare that any community can face, and we are hurting and we are seething right now as a community. The depth of pain that families are feeling and that all of us are feeling right now cannot even be explained. Some of us had the opportunity to provide comfort to some of the families, but needless to say, there is no comfort at this time. We are pleased that a shooter is in custody. The person responsible for the tragic events of today is in custody. You will get more details in a moment. I want to thank all of the law enforcement agencies at the federal, state, county, and city level, all of the agencies that have responded Buffalo is known as the city of good neighbors nationally and internationally. This is a community where people love each other. The shooter was not from this community. In fact, the shooter traveled hours from outside this community to perpetrate this crime on the people of Buffalo. A day when people were enjoying the sunshine, enjoying family, enjoying friends, all manner of happy activities. People in a supermarket shopping and bullets raining down on them. People's lives being snuffed out in an instant for no reason. I have to say that this particular top supermarket is near and dear to my heart. It's one that I worked years ago to help bring to this community. It's one that I patronize from time to time, my family patronizes from time to time, and some of the victims of this shooter's attack are people that all of us standing up here know. So this is a day of great pain for our community. I want to just recognize some of those that are with us today before I turn things over to our Police Commissioner, Joseph Gramaglio, to give you more detail. I want to recognize County Executive Mark Polenkars, Erie County Executive, Congressman Brian Higgins, Council President, Buffalo City Council President Darius Pridgeon, Erie County Legislature Chairwoman April Baskin, Erie County Legislator Howard Johnson. I want to recognize Governor Kathy Hochul and thank her for her calls. Governor's staff is with us now, and the governor is flying back into town and will be here sometime after 7 o'clock. I want to recognize Attorney General Letitia James, who has also called, and we have also received calls from the White House. Again, this is a day of great sadness for all of us in the city of Buffalo. To provide you with more detail, I want to turn things over to Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglio.
Thank you, Mayor. At approximately 2:30 today, an individual who the mayor stated is not from this area and is from hours away drove to Buffalo, went to 1275 Jefferson Avenue to the Tops Market. He exited his vehicle. He was very heavily armed. He had tactical gear. He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming what he was doing. The individual exited his car and engaged 4 individuals. He shot 4 people in the parking lot. 3 of those were deceased. 1 individual at this time is surviving the injury. The individual went inside. As I said, he was an 18-year-old white male, walked into the store and began engaging customers inside the store. One of the individuals inside the store is the security guard, a beloved security guard, who is a retired Buffalo police officer, a hero in our eyes, engaged the suspect, fired multiple shots, struck the suspect, but because he had heavily armored plating on, that bullet had no round. The suspect engaged our retired officer, and he was ultimately shot and deceased at the scene. He continued to work his way through the store. Ultimately, he worked his way back towards the front of the store. Buffalo police immediately respond, engage the suspect in the vestibule of the store, and at that point the suspect put the gun to his own neck. Buffalo police personnel, 2 patrol officers, talked the suspect into dropping the gun. He dropped the gun, took off some of his tactical gear, surrendered at that point, and he was led outside, put in a police car and transported to Buffalo Police Headquarters. So as we said, a total of 13 people were shot today, 10 deceased at the scene, and 3 sustained non-life-threatening injuries. It appears to be non-life-threatening injuries at that point. 4 in total were store employees. One of those was the security guard who has worked at that location for a very long time. Many officers are on scene here knew him quite well. and the rest of the victims are customers of the store. You know, as the mayor said, this tragic incident by someone who is not a part of our community, does not live here. We'll let some of the other agencies get into the information that's been posted online, and I will turn this over at this point first to our Erie County Sheriff, John Garcia. I would like to thank all of the agencies. We have a very, very close working relationship with every level of government, every level of law enforcement, and everybody was immediately calling and responding. We had a command post set up, and everybody is asking what we can do and how can we pitch in. The individuals from several hours away, the New York State Police and the FBI are investigating that part of the crime as well. So I will turn this over at this point to Erie County Sheriff John Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gramaglia. As your sheriff and on behalf of the men and women of the Erie County Sheriff's Office, our condolences to the victims and their families. From a law enforcement standpoint, the Erie County Sheriff's Office responded, boots on the ground, deputies, investigators, our helicopter in the air, our SWAT team on standby, and as Commissioner Gramaglia said, we are working together every single day to keep the community safe. This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors, as the mayor said, coming into our community and trying to inflict that evil upon us. I urge everyone to stay calm, and we are there to protect the citizens of Erie County and Buffalo, and we'll be out there along with the City of Buffalo Police Department patrolling. And again, my condolences to the family, and this person was pure evil. So, thank you.
I'm Stephen Belongia. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Buffalo Field Office. We stand here today confronted with feelings of anger, shock, confusion, fear, and compassion. We feel motivated to help and relieve the anguish of those who were killed and injured today and their families and friends. These victims did not deserve this. They were doing what we do every day, going to the grocery store or simply doing our jobs. The FBI is working this case jointly with our partners, with the Buffalo PD and our other federal, state, and local partners. We are investigating this incident as both a hate crime and a case of racially motivated violent extremism. Hate crimes fall within the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, and racially motivated violent extremism cases fall within the FBI's Counterterrorism Division within our Domestic Terrorism section. The FBI is providing all necessary resources, both locally and nationally, to investigate this matter. We will not stop until every lead is investigated, every piece of evidence is analyzed, and until we understand how and why this horrible tragedy and crime occurred. Our thoughts and our prayers are with the family and the victims who died today.
I'm Trini Ross. I'm the United States Attorney for the Western District of New York. I want to start by saying my thoughts and heartfelt prayers go to the family, the victims, and the community that had to suffer this great and unnecessary tragedy today. We're working with our state, federal, and local law enforcement partners, as you've already heard from, to ensure that justice is brought to this community, to those victims, to their families. The United States Attorney's Office will be investigating this case along with our law enforcement partners as a hate crime and domestic violent extremism. I'm in touch with the highest levels of the Department of Justice. Resources will be put behind this investigation. Whatever we need, we will not stop until justice is brought to this community, those families, and the victims of this horrific crime. I can assure you, as the United States Attorney, I will bring whatever resources we need to this community to make sure that justice is done. This should never happen to anyone in any community. It surely shouldn't happen on a beautiful Saturday when people are just shopping and going through normal life events. We will ensure that the perpetrator of this victim is given justice, and justice will be done for this community.
I'm the last. No, I'm going. I'm not going. All right. Let me first start out by saying thank you. Thank you to all my partners in law enforcement here, from the federal, state, local level. The amount of work that's been done so far has been extraordinary. The amount of information that's been gathered so far has been outstanding. And for everyone involved here, from Trini to BPD to the state police to the sheriff, I cannot thank enough. We here in Erie County, though, are not waiting. I have already called a judge, Judge Hanna, to come downtown immediately and arraign this individual. So within the next hour, this individual will be arraigned on a charge of murder in the first degree. I am not even going to mention his name right now, one, because the arraignment hasn't occurred, but more importantly, I don't want to give him any celebrityism at all right now. I don't want to give him anything right now that puts attention on him and the alleged, and again I say alleged, despicable acts that were committed today in our great city. So I'm not going to give you his name right now. I'll give it to you after I issue a press release after he's been arraigned. I anticipate the arraignment will be within the hour. But Judge Hanna is downtown right now. BPD in my office are drafting the charges right now, and he will be arraigned tonight. And that charge of murder in the first degree carries with it a life without parole sentence. Now, there are two aspects of the murder in the first degree charge that potentially could be charged here. The one obviously is crystal clear right now. There is a certain subdivision of the murder in the first degree that accounts for multiple individuals getting shot and killed, which is what we have here. As the commissioner said, we have 10 individuals who have unfortunately lost their life, 3 that have been shot but are going to survive, hopefully. There is also a second subsection of the murder in the first degree that has a racial component to it. Obviously, we will investigate that further. I want to make sure right now, though, when I arraign him tonight, my clock is ticking as far as my felony hearing date, which will be 5 days from now. So I want to make sure that I have the best charge right now to hold him in custody and to get this matter moving forward before I add any other charges on. But I can, and if those charges are applicable, which I think they may be, they will be added on. They're not going to increase the punishment at all from a state standpoint. From a state standpoint, it is life without parole, and that's as high as we can go. So I also want to thank my district attorneys across the country who have been texting me and calling me for the past 2 hours. I thank you for your thoughts. I thank you for your prayers. But more importantly, I want everyone to know that my thoughts and prayers are with the family members who have lost loved ones today in the city of Buffalo.
We'll next hear from County Executive Mark Poloncarz and then Congressman Brian Higgins.
And then I'll take any questions at the end.
As has been said by all the others, today is one of the saddest days in the city of Buffalo and Erie County's history. All of the county's resources have been made available as necessary to assist in this unfortunate, horrific act. As the mayor noted, we are the city of good neighbors, and we, of course, are not defined by this act, but how we will come together support the families of those who have lost. And on behalf of the people of Erie County, I want to offer my deepest condolences to those who've lost a loved one today. Erie County mental health counselors, as well as our partners from the mental health community, are already on site to assist those who may have lost a loved one or those who were a witness to this horrific crime. And as we know, we will offer all resources possible from all parts of county government, whether of course it's the sheriff's office, the district attorney's offices, or the other departments, that to ensure that not only do this individual be prosecuted for this horrible crime and brought to the full extent of justice, but that we also can heal as a community from this traumatic experience.
Well, thank you very much, and let me just say to all of my colleagues in government, our law enforcement community, the eyes of the nation are on Buffalo, and those eyes are full of tears, and they're full of sympathy for the violence and the tragedy that's been exacted on good, innocent people who went to work this morning, said goodbye to their loved ones, expecting fully to return home tonight. 10 people are not going to return home. Their loss, their death, is a loss and a death that's exacted on this community. Our sympathy goes to the families, our thoughts go to the families and to the victims. And I couldn't be more proud of my mayor, my county executive, my district attorney, the U.S. attorney, and all of the elected officials that are here today in the law enforcement community who have coordinated this effort in a highly effective way. So this is something that hopefully we will learn from, something that will serve as a basis from which enacting policy at the federal level to get guns out of the hands of those people who should not have guns in their hands. And we hope that time will heal. And we are a good community. We are a giving community. We love our people. We love our diversity. And again, these people were people that for the past 24 months were working in service of others, and people who we called our heroes. And our heroes have been taken down today without justification.
So as we conclude, before we open up for questions, again, I want to express that our deepest and most heartfelt condolences are with the families of those who lost their lives today tragically and unnecessarily. If you would bear with us, we will open up for questions, and then we will conclude in prayer with Father Seil, the fire department chaplain, and our council president, Darius Pridgen.
Where is the shooter
Questions?
from? Where is the shooter from? You said he drove from.
We're not going to say right now. The state police and the FBI and the ATF are investigating his residence, so we do not want to state right now where he's from, but he is from a county here in New York State that is hours away.
Can you give us more information?
Wait, Hannah.
Can you give us more information on why you're calling this a hate crime at this point?
There are certain pieces of evidence that we have ascertained in the course of this investigation that indicate some racial animosity. I'm not going to specifically talk about or elaborate on what exactly they are right now, but we have evidence in custody right now that shows that there is some racial component to these alleged actions.
Susan Rose. Susan Rose.
What was the weapon, John?
It was an assault weapon.
Was he known to law enforcement?
No, and that at this time does not appear.
Can you confirm if there was some sort of manifesto that was published?
I'm not going to confirm that.
Down here.
What?
Hold
Your
on,
question?
down here.
Will there be an open court for the arraignment?
Well, I mean, probably not, because it's going to happen like right now in closed city court. So, no. The answer to the question is no.
There's
Sorry.
somebody in the back over there.
Could he face federal charges or the death penalty?
All options are on the table as we go forward with the investigation. We will put every tool in our toolbox to make sure justice is done for the individuals of this horrific crime in our community.
Associated Press.
Yep.
Is part of the evidence, can you talk about the victims? Were the victims all black and the shooter white?
Yes.
Can you?
Let the commissioner respond to that.
So out of the 13 victims, 11 are African American, 2 are white. So there were 4 store employees.
Were those 4 store employees fatally shot?
We have the security guard, who was the retired Buffalo police officer, was fatally shot. 3 other store employees were non-fatal wounds.
Do you have the ages or an age range?
Not right now.
Was the suspect live streaming the shooting?
Yes.
Where was that live stream?
It was on a social media platform.
John, when was the last time first-degree murder was brought forward to a suspect in Erie County?
I believe it's only been done once in my tenure.
All right, Kelly?
Do you think he was working alone, or could there be other dudes out there like him?
At this point, it appears that he was alone.
Tim?
Social media posts out there, you know, and I can't comment on the
Yeah.
veracity of them. Is there any reason law enforcement should have known who this individual is? Were there concerning posts that were brought to the attention of law enforcement anywhere?
No. At this time, we don't know that.
All right, anyone else?
I want to ask, we see this everywhere else. We never think that it's going to happen here. Congressman Higgins kind of mentioned this, but these people are our neighbors. We see them at the grocery store shopping every day. I mean, that has to be going through each and every single one of your minds right now when you've heard about this.
Of course, and that's why we want to bring justice here. We want to bring justice to every individual who lost their life, to every family member who lost an individual today, to every individual who was a victim of this crime. Not only to the family members, but to the victims themselves. I mean, I learned a long time ago, when I was trying homicide cases back in the DA's office 20 years ago, that we in the homicide field, when we're doing a homicide investigation, we speak for the dead. And when we speak for those who have lost their life, we are going to bring them justice, their families justice, and this community justice.
Can you give us more?
Let me respond to that, too. Many of us know this supermarket, this top supermarket on Jefferson Avenue very well. Many of us have been in and out of this supermarket. Our family members have been in and out of this supermarket. Some of us, many of us, know some of those who are victims of this horrific crime. So this is painful. This does hurt. It always hurts. And as the U.S. Attorney, Trini Ross, said, this should not happen in this community and any community anywhere in our country.
Mayor Brown, do you think this will exacerbate racial tensions in this community, even though the shooter wasn't from here?
You know, as we've all said, this is the city of good neighbors. We are a loving community. We are prayerful that this will not exacerbate racial tensions. We can't let an evil person divide this community and an evil person divide our country.
Can I address that, though? What I am hopeful for is that this incident will bring us together, because as stated, this could have been any one of us or any one of our loved ones. We shop on Saturday, we go to supermarkets, we take care of our families, we go to work. And if this should bring us together and not tear us apart. And that's what I'm hoping as we go through the process of justice in this case, that we all band together to let the world know, because I'm getting texts from friends in other countries about this incident today. And we need to let the world know who Buffalo is, who the people in Buffalo are, and what we're going to do for our community and other communities in this great nation to make sure this type of crime is stopped.
What are they
One more.
Is this the
Hannah, go ahead, one more.
mass casualty event in the city?
I'm sorry?
Is this the
Commissioner.
largest mass casualty event in Buffalo?
As long as I can remember, yes.
Anyone else?
What are the age ranges of the people that have passed?
We're not going to get that right now.
Can you just tell us a little bit more about the timeline of how he was taken into custody? How long between the time this attack started and the time that it ended was he taken into custody, and did it take police to get there?
I don't have the exact answer on the time. We'll look into that, but it was a very fast response by our patrol officers, who immediately went inside the supermarket, did not hesitate, went right inside.
Was the shooter speaking when he was live streaming?
We can't comment on that.
All right. We're going to conclude. With prayer. Father Paul.
Father Paul Sile, and then Council President and Bishop Darius Bridges.
Everyone wants to join together here in prayer.
At a time like this, we go to our deeper spiritual selves, whether we believe in God, whether we don't, whether we're Christian or Jewish or Islamic or any other faith or not faith. There is something that unites us all together as human beings. As this terrible incident has torn at the heart of this community, we pray to you, loving God, creator of us all, to help us be ever more unified in the things that hold us together in common. Hear the prayers we offer for all of the people who have, and all of their loved ones, those who have died, those who are injured, those who are their family members awaiting word about them, for the store employees, for the firefighters, the police officers, the ambulance, the first responders. So deeply this touches our faith and our community and our beloved city of good neighbors that we know that we can only turn to you, O loving God, and to one another. Help us to have firm hope that we will see our loved ones again. Help us to come to that great reunion in the heavenly kingdom. Keep us safe. Keep your children safe. And help us always to work towards unity and never division. Jesus Christ says in the gospel that is read at Catholic services this weekend, "If you are my disciples, you will keep my command. My command is that you love one another as I have loved you. Love one another." May we all of us live those words of loving one another. Bishop Darius.
Amen. Father, we come now for the families of so many whose family members left the house to pick up bread, to buy eggs and butter, to just go to work. We pray for those families, that they may be comforted by you, even when evil has struck our city. We pray for every person in this community who witnessed it, every child who may have seen it, every mother who will not see their child tonight. Pray for guidance, pray for peace, pray for unity. But most of all, God, we pray that justice be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Would anticipate.
And you've just heard the press conference with city officials updating us on the news that the city of Buffalo never, ever wanted to report. The mayor called it the worst nightmare. And he said that we're hurting. And that is everyone. We are all hurting about what has happened. 13 people shot, 10 people dead, 3 injured. The shooter is in custody and will be arraigned shortly.
It is amazing the amount of detail that we have in just 3.5 hours from the authorities. A very emotional news conference that we just heard. The mayor said the depth of the pain simply cannot be explained. This is a community that loves each other. Key thing here, the shooter traveled for hours to commit this crime. Commissioner Gramaglia, the individual did drive hours. He was heavily armed, was live streaming with a camera, and a retired Buffalo Police Department officer bravely struck this shooter. He was so armed with a vest, he was not injured, and the shooter shot back and was able to kill that brave retired Buffalo police officer.
Who worked as security inside of the Tops Market. So if anybody goes to Tops, you know who those officers are. And so our hearts definitely ache for his family and all of the victims and just the people who actually saw this. Remember, 13 people shot, 10 people dead, but there are a lot of people who were at that store inside and outside who heard it. The people who live in the houses right behind the Tops Market, they saw all these things that were happening. So you have a community, you have a city that is just turned upside down. We heard from Darius Pridgen saying that we need peace, we need love. That's the hallmark of humanity, people. That's what we all need in order to get by. But this definitely is the worst nightmare. We still have in our studio right now John Elmore. And John, one of the things we talked about before we had all of these details is whether or not this shooter was from the Western New York area or whether or not he came from outside. We got our answer.
Yeah, the evidence was that he traveled at least an hour to get here. Certainly, the prosecution will use that to prove that, what his intent was. And when you talk about a defense of mental illness, again, the defense lawyer, through psychiatric testimony, if they raise that, would have to prove that he didn't have the mental capacity to know what he was doing and the consequences and nature of his action. The fact that he drove this far and had time to think and reflect and control himself, I think is a good factor for the prosecution to overcome any mental illness defense.
And John, no surprise here, the U.S. Attorney for the Western New York region said that she will ensure that justice is brought to the families and the victims and will in fact prosecute this as a hate crime and will bring in whatever resources are needed to do that. Now, this is something that we had thought a couple of hours ago that might happen. No surprise there, correct?
Yeah, it seems to me that there's going to be a parallel prosecution. I'm confident that John Flynn will prosecute the case in state court, and that Trini Ross, the U.S. Attorney, will prosecute the case in federal court, and hopefully they'll get convictions in both courts, and this suspect will get convicted and never see the light of day.
John, do we need to talk about the fact that this was being live streamed? So you knew what you were going to do, and then you have the audacity to stream something like this live. 4 people in the parking lot shot, and then you decide you're going to go inside and do more damage. Can something be done about that, or is that something that has to be taken into consideration?
There's just so many factors. The evidence is just piling up against this guy. There's probably a confession, as I mentioned earlier. There's film, surveillance video in the Tops parking lot and inside the Tops that will show exactly what happened. The authorities indicated that there's been some social media posts that this guy has done. I mean, the guy live streamed it, and so there's just so much evidence pointing to guilt, and so much evidence that we've just heard at the press conference pointing to a hate crime. He's going to be arraigned in front of Buffalo City Court Judge Hanna within the hour. The prosecution has to be ready within 5 business days of an arraignment for a felony hearing in order to keep him in custody. I'm confident that District Attorney John Flynn will have all the ducks lined up in order to keep him in jail and get an indictment for the highest count, which is murder in the first degree, which is punishable by life without parole. And then there's a possibility of a federal hate crimes indictment because of the multiple people that were killed. It is something that the U.S. Attorney's Office may consider something even more serious than life without parole. This is a death eligible, possibly a death eligible crime under the federal law, even though New York State does not have a death penalty. Again, as I did mention, under the Baer, when Attorney General Baer was in charge of the Attorney General's office, there were executions that were actually conducted under his watch. So we have a different Attorney General. I'm not sure what his thoughts are about the death penalty. It's a different administration, but that's also something that is possible. They haven't talked about it. I think it's very early, but it's something I think that it's important to mention to the public.
Got to be on their radar, especially when we heard the mayor say that they've already received a call from the White House. So all eyes from Buffalo, New York to the nation's capital. They are watching this. And we also got a breakdown of the victims. We heard that there are 13 victims. 11 were African American and 2 were white. Those are the words we got from officials today. And then hearing from the Erie County Sheriff Garcia telling people to stay calm. Even though calling this shooter pure evil, he is urging people to stay calm because in situations like this, people are angry, people are scared. There are people right now who don't want to leave their homes.
That's right.
They don't. If you live right around those neighborhoods, you don't want to leave. Why would you want to leave when something like this just took place? And there are others who are just scared. John, what is going to happen to really get the city back together? I mean, as much as we've done to build it up and, you know, the city of good neighbors, this is where, if we're the city of good neighbors, we have to show it.
Well, Buffalo is a great community. I moved here in 1987. I love the community here. And I think that this is going to bring us closer together. We all get behind the Buffalo Bills. You know, sometimes we have political differences and sometimes we all have arguments and things like that, but I think this is a loving community. I think that everybody's gonna lay hands and be around this family and give them support, loving support, financial support if they need it. There's gonna be prayer vigils and services for the family. People are just gonna do whatever they can do to support the families of these victims and cooperate with law enforcement to make sure that these people get convicted. It's a tragedy. It's the worst, one of the worst things that I've seen in my adult life in Buffalo. Obviously, the central, the City Grill incident where 14 people were killed was very, very bad. But it's just a scary thing to think that somebody that has nothing to do with Buffalo, that doesn't even know Buffalo, that would just target a neighborhood, target an African American community, and just randomly kill people with a high capacity weapon. It's a sad day in Buffalo. I'm just happy for the police officers that risked their lives and got this person in custody, alive. He must really be a punk. I mean, when you think about it, he had a bulletproof vest. He killed unarmed, defenseless people. And when he had a chance to take his own life by putting the weapon to his throat, he chickened out and didn't pull the trigger and gave himself up.
Attorney John Elmore. John, thank you for your knowledge, experience, and heartfelt reaction. We appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me both.
We want to bring in former Buffalo Police Captain Jeff Ronaldo. He's joining us by Zoom. Captain, I know that you've been updated on all this. You've been listening to all the law enforcement officials and the politicians. It wasn't long ago when you were working very closely in the Buffalo Police Department. Your reaction to the amount of details that we have in just 4 hours about this suspect and the fact that he was live streaming this, came in heavily armed, and was from out of town.
Well, first off, my condolences to all of the victims in this, especially to my former co-worker, Aaron Salter, just an absolute gentleman, doing his job, just absolutely disgusting. I think what you're seeing here is the details are rapidly coming available. I think that clearly the police department, the politicians, they want to get in front of this. They want to make sure that there is not rumor and speculation and that the facts are what is being released. And I think that the whole investigation now is going to center on what was the motivation behind this, but you're going to see justice move very swiftly in this case.
Police arrive to a scene like this. They don't know what they have. It is a very fluid situation. A lot of these police officers are doing their job, but they really are heroes to be able to save even more lives, correct, at the scene?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no telling what other weapons this individual may have had in his car, if he was trying to escape, where he was headed to next. So I think those officers are heroes and the fact that they confronted this person and they were able to take him into custody without further incident. It's just, I can't imagine what those officers witnessed. I can't imagine what they saw. And the tragedy of this will have effects for the rest of their careers. It's unbelievable what they did, how they responded, and the fact that one person could carry out this type of tragedy. It's just absolutely disgusting.
And Captain, one of the things that was interesting to me, it seems like he definitely scoped this out. He knew where he was going. There's a lot of things circulating, but he knew exactly where he was going. What does that say? Was this an easy target? I mean, this is a store that has a retired officer who has security, but this person scoped this place out. He knew what he was doing. He knew that there was in the parking lot, and then he knew he could go inside.
Well, obviously, it was a pre-planned event based on some of the information I've been given. There may have even been a diagram, so that tells me he was generally there probably previously, and at least one, possibly more occasions. So he had the information to carry out the attack, and I think that speaks volumes to the awareness that businesses and that people have, that these campaigns that, see, if you see something, say something. That's why generally what you see in these mass attacks like this is that the shooter pre-planned this, and in order to do that, they had to visit the location previously, taking notes, and they tend to stick out. They tend to raise some suspicions, and that's why it's so important that, as a member of a community, when you see something suspicious, you see something or someone acting out of place, you report that so that law enforcement can get engaged early on. There's no telling what this individual did in advance of this, but again, clearly this was pre-planned.
Hey, Captain, the shooter was from out of town. He traveled several hours to get here. You were involved in local law enforcement for many, many years. Tell us a little bit more, your feelings about the amount of guns and what the real problem is on the streets in Buffalo right now, albeit this suspect came from out of town.
Well, again, I think I echo Commissioner Gromalia's sentiments as well as other law enforcement leaders. Number one, this is not a bail reform issue in this case. I don't know if the suspect had a criminal history. Apparently, he may have only been 18. But number one, you gotta get the illegal guns off the street. Number two, mental health. There is a serious mental health crisis in this country. We do not effectively deal with all the mental health issues that are out there. And number three, the proliferation of social media. I don't know what this individual posted on social media previous to this attack. Apparently he may have live streamed this event, but the fact that individuals feel that their message of hate and destruction can be broadcast throughout the world at the click of a button, it's sad, and we need to figure out ways to stop the flow of illegal guns, and also to figure out the ways to get guns out of the hands of people that have mental health issues, so that tragedies like this don't continue to occur.
Yeah, and while we're talking about guns, we also have to talk about the mindset too. Just wondering, from your days when you were with the Buffalo Police Department and then now, was there ever any type of intelligence out there that you can talk about where this attitude, this white supremacy, was that ever on the radar anywhere that something like this could possibly happen here?
I could tell you that obviously in terms of this particular attack, the answer is no. The police department, especially more so on the federal level, we would receive tips all the time, people that had concerns about a neighbor or co-worker, and those tips were immediately followed up on, and you investigate them. And it's just the issue is to what extent and what tools do police have to address these issues? Somebody said that somebody said that somebody said, it's not a legal precedent. So it's very time taking. It involves a lot of investigation, but it also involves, somebody sounding that alarm. I think in other cases we've seen around the country, some of these bad actors had some type of law enforcement intervention prior to them carrying out the attack. but they're not simple solutions. There's not one answer that's going to guarantee that events like this do not happen ever again. It really is a community issue. I think what you're going to see now as part of this investigation is figuring out who this individual's associates were, co-workers, if he had any students, where did he go to school, was he putting an ideology out there, were people aware of it, did they report it? Those are the types of things.
Captain, let's talk a little bit more about social media. You talked about the proliferation of social media. How can you really manage that? And do you think, with all your years of law enforcement experience, that these large social media companies are doing enough? You know, usually in the days of television and radio, you had to get a federal license to be able to broadcast and to be able to have a large audience. These youngsters can go live on Instagram or Facebook or wherever and broadcast to hundreds and thousands of followers. Are they doing enough? Should they be held more liable for these incredibly evil live streaming events that we're seeing all too common now?
Well, I think it's a two-part question. So number one, I think that you're seeing every social media platform quickly responding when they're notified to hate speech and videos that are graphic and explicit and taking them down. I think the problem where the disconnect is when somebody is immediately uploading a video, whether it's TikTok or Instagram or other platforms, there has to be somebody that alerts the platform to the content. So I think what you'll see come out of this and other tragedies is that there will be some type of artificial intelligence built into these platforms that when they identify certain things, whether it's the presence of a gun or hate speech or blood or other things of that nature, that the platform itself will automatically shut down and kill that broadcast. You know, it's a technology issue right now. The fact that it's posted, somebody reports it, and then it's reactionary, it's not proactive.
You remember the City Grill when that took place over a decade ago now. There's really no comparison, is there, to that? But what is it that the police department is going to have to do right now to ensure the safety of that neighborhood? Because you get concerned about copycats, but people living in that perimeter around Jefferson Avenue, I mean, this is the time of year everybody's starting to get excited. It's getting warm. They're getting ready for festivals that happen right on Jefferson Avenue. What is it that the police department is going to have to do now to ensure safety?
Well, sure. I think what you're going to see is a couple things. You're going to see an increased police presence, not only in that neighborhood, but throughout every neighborhood in the city of Buffalo. But I really like what U.S. Attorney Trini Ross said. If we really want to react to this, if we really want to do the most opposite of what his intention was, it's to come together. It's for people to hold hands, to pray for these victims' families, to come together and to show that this is not what's going to define our community. This is not how we're going to react. This person is hoping to trigger violent reactions in other people. You cannot let him or other people like him get what they want. You have to do the exact opposite of it. And I think that that's what the focus needs to be in the coming days, weeks, and months ahead.
We thank you so much for joining us this evening on this absolutely tragic day for the city of Buffalo. We're talking about a mass shooting in the city, 13 people shot, 10 people dead. Just a tragedy in the month of May, something we never thought we'd be talking about here in the city of good neighbors. So thank you so much for your time, and we know that you'll be there if we need to call back on you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to go back now to John Elmore, who is in our studio. And John, I guess maybe right now we should just have a little bit of, well, before we get to you, John, Kelly Dudzik is out in the field. Kelly, can you fill us in, give us the latest, that information you have?
Yes. Yeah, so Claudine, we're waiting for the governor to get here. She's supposed to get here around 7 o'clock, so in about 20 minutes or so, and we'll be hearing from her. But I also just want to go over again what the Buffalo Police Commissioner and the Erie County District Attorney just told us in that press conference that happened a few minutes ago. They told us that they were able to talk the suspect into surrendering, and he is making a court appearance, we believe, right now. He's an 18-year-old white man. We don't know his name yet, but the DA's office is expecting to release his name once he appears in court. The victims, 10 people are dead. The majority of them were black, so this will be a hate crime. And we are also told that the suspect will be charged with murder in the first degree. That carries a potential sentence that the DA's office will push for of life in prison without parole. Again, 10 people shot and killed. The majority of them were black, including the store's security guard, who we found out was a former Buffalo police officer. 3 people were also shot and are expected to survive. So that's what we can tell you from here. Again, the governor is expected to get here and speak with us around 7 o'clock tonight, Claudine.
Thank you very much. Kelly Dudzik reporting live tonight from the Apollo tonight. Kelly, thank you. And we have a little sound from a gentleman who knew some people who were at the scene and were killed today. So let's listen to that.
I started calling people that I know were working in the store so they could tell me their location and where they were at. I did a little bit of relaying. But it's hard. It's hard. I'm up here every day. I'm up here 7 days a week. I know everybody in the neighborhood. I know everybody that was working in there.
And what word have you gotten on some of the people you know that have become a victim? What do you know, without saying names?
I know that I've lost 3 people that were close to me. I also know that 2 others were shot. I lost 3 people today that I know and talk to 5-6 times a week. One, a friend of over 30 years. Another person I've known for 20 years. This is insane.
Are they the people you know? Are they employees there? Were they grocery shopping today? What do you know?
People that worked at the store, as well as one of my fellow people that does what I do. And it's a tough day. It's a tough day. We're talking about good people. We're talking about people that help people every day, and for somebody to come and do this is. I'm always here for my people. I gotta be here. Me and the store manager had a conversation. We hugged each other, and we couldn't stop hugging each other and crying.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The store manager cares. Everybody cares. This is the only community store we got, and for somebody to do this, that's an assault on everybody in this community.
Mayor Byron Brown, in his comments earlier today, said that store is very near and dear to his start. He worked his heart. He worked very hard to bring that store to the community, and it is, of course, a day of great pain for our community.
And he's right about that. I mean, for so long, the city of Buffalo had been crying for a supermarket in the heart of the community, meaning the heart of the black community, because there just wasn't a supermarket.
Right.
Years ago, you had Central Park Plaza, and you had
7-Elevens, but not a real supermarket.
Right, but you needed a supermarket, and so when they broke ground for that supermarket, there was even talk, well, it's too small, but there was that supermarket, and people really will come from all over Western New York sometimes to just go there because there are some specialty things when you go to the prepared foods that has a taste there. You can't get it anywhere else. Right. And so it will attract people from the outside as well. But just as you mentioned, the mayor called this really a nightmare, and we are hurting. Governor Kathy Hochul, as we mentioned, she was on Twitter earlier this afternoon. We know she's coming to town. She's monitoring the situation. She said that her office has offered assistance to local officials and goes on to advise people to follow the guidance from local law enforcement and local officials. Again, the governor will be arriving in Buffalo, we're told, within the hour, and when she speaks, you will hear it live right here on Channel 2 as well as WGRZ.com.
And Congressman Brian Higgins also taking to Twitter today to say that he is ready to offer federal support if necessary. Higgins says that he is simply horrified by what has happened, and they have also heard from the White House as well today.
And Kirsten Gillibrand issued a statement saying, in part, my prayers are with the victims of this racially motivated act of violence. The senator adding that she will fight to pass common sense gun safety measures. That is something from Kirsten Gillibrand. And we are not ignoring the fact that this was a shooter who was white and that 11 of the people shot were African American, 2 were white. Racially motivated crime on the east side of Buffalo.
Hey, let's bring in John Elmore once again, our guest, a attorney and a former state police officer. John, let me ask you, let's go to state of mind of this shooter. I don't even want to mention his name. We don't have his name yet. I hope we never mention his name. Let's go to the social media aspect of this, that it was live streamed. Your reaction when you heard that?
Number one, he was a racist. I've been getting reliable sources about a 106-page manifesto that he posted on social media, which he described the need for the white race to have more babies and a lot of other racial things. The guy drove over 3 hours to get here to do what he did. 18 years old. I just can't help but wonder if he was influenced by the media attention that Kyle Rittenhouse got during his trial. And you know, after Rittenhouse, who took people's lives but was acquitted, but was actually invited to Mar-a-Lago and given a so-called presidential Medal of Honor for what he did, which just didn't make any sense to me. And you know, I hate to make it a political thing, but that just seemed so wrong for certain people to honor Rittenhouse for the people that he killed, and now to see that this is an 18-year-old, I just can't help but think that he may have been influenced by the publicity that Rittenhouse did, and the fact that so much of what he did in the shooting and all of that was live stream as well. There could be a connection.
John, yeah. I think it also shows that we have to really be careful, all of us, in media, outside, with our kids. We have to be careful with what we say and how we say it, and exactly really what we're saying, because some minds are just very impressionable. Mm-hmm. And they will take things and they will just act on it. Sometimes they know what they're doing, sometimes they don't, but we have to be careful. So this is a wake-up call really for all of us. Yeah,
and hopefully we can stay away from the political aspect of this, because the community is hurting so much today that there's plenty of time for that in the future. Mm-hmm. But let me ask you, John, about the mental health aspect also. Sure. I mean, Captain Ronaldo mentioned that we do have a problem. We all know that this is Mental Health Awareness Month. There is a huge mental health problem out on the streets today in our youth and middle-aged and older folks. It's something that just can't hide anymore.
I agree, and you know, having gone through the pandemic, a large percentage of the population is dealing with added stress and depression. You know, through the pandemic, financial issues, health issues, and losing loved ones, and certainly there's a mental health aspect to this. Mentally ill people shouldn't have access to guns. It's too easy for them to get access to guns. But again, in this case, when you drive 3.5 hours, you have a time to reflect and know what you're doing. Mm-hmm. When you live stream it on social media, what is your intention? Is your intention to get publicity yourself, to you know, be famous, or is it you know, I mean, are you just like hearing voices and you can't control what you're doing? I just tend to think that if this guy raises a mental illness defense, hopefully that a judge and a jury will see through it, and that this guy's going to spend the rest of his life in a real jail and not be found not responsible because of insanity.
And you know how this process works. We know that he is likely already at the courthouse. Can you take us step by step through what's going to happen once he's there and goes before Judge Hanna?
Oh, certainly. If he's at the courthouse, he's being arraigned where the judge will read his formal charges, advise him that he has a right to an attorney. The judge is going to enter a plea of guilty on his behalf. The district attorney will have to serve certain notices. One would be a 7-10-30 notice if they took a statement from him. They would have to say that we took a statement. And it's called a 7-10-30 notice. The case will be adjourned for 5 days for what's known as a felony hearing. The defendant at 5 days will have a court-appointed attorney if he can't afford one. And at a felony hearing, the burden will be on the prosecution to prove that there's probable cause that he committed a felony in order to hold him in jail. After that, the case will have to be presented to a grand jury. A grand jury is composed of 23 citizens. The prosecution has to again present evidence to a grand jury that there's probable cause for certain crimes, and then the grand jury would come back with an indictment. He would be then the case would be transferred from city court to Supreme Court, where we would formally face felony charges. Also, there's a whole discovery process. You're well aware that there's some controversy about some criminal justice reform, but there are some time limits where the district attorney's office and the police department are going to have to turn over all of the evidence that they have to the defense attorney. And there's going to be a lot of evidence that they're going to have, because every piece of evidence, every bullet has to be vouchered, every photographs, video evidence, surveillance evidence, and all of that was going to have to be turned over to his lawyers within a certain time period, or there are some consequences to the prosecution for those delays.
This will all be unpacked in the next 2 or 3 months. We'll watch it unfold, and tonight one thing we know is that we have a community that is hurting, that is deeply hurting tonight. There are a lot of folks that will not be going home to their families tonight. Just a terrible tragedy that happened at our local Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue.
And that's why we heard the Erie County Sheriff say today that there is a need for calm. So as a community, as Western New York, we all need to just take a moment and remain calm. John, thank you so much for joining us. We'll probably come back to you. Right now, we have someone who is live on the line with us. Letitia, if you're there, thank you for joining us. It's my understanding that you were working inside of the Tops Market. I believe you were an assistant manager there. Can you walk us through what you saw this afternoon?
I didn't really see much at all. I just heard the gunshots and just dropped down to the ground and just waited for him to stop. And he just wouldn't stop. So I tried to call 911, and I was whispering because I could hear him close by. And when I whispered on the phone to 911, the dispatcher started yelling at me saying, "Why are you whispering? You don't have to whisper." And I'm trying to tell her, like, "Ma'am, he's in the store, he's shooting, as an active shooter. I'm scared for my life." And she said something crazy to me, and then she hung up in my face. And I had to call my boyfriend and tell him to call 911.
Well, that is certainly unfortunate, Letitia. Let me ask you, let's talk about what you were feeling as you were there. Tell me about what you did when you heard those gunshots. What did you do, and what were you feeling at that time?
I just dropped down to the ground, and I was just scared for my life because I've been through this before. My brother, Daniel Mackin, was killed at the City Grill 12 years ago, and I was there when that happened. So I was just scared for my life, and I thought I was going to die today.
Letitia, when I got the message about you being in the store, I knew that you had that connection. You had a connection to one of the worst massacres that had happened in Buffalo up until this date, and now to be in the center of this. Tell people about that Tops Market. And you are the assistant manager, correct, or one of the assistant managers there? Did we lose you?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm an assistant and one of the managers in the store, yeah.
So talk to us about, educate people about that particular store and how it is truly a community supermarket.
I mean, I've been there 3 years, and it really is. People genuinely love that store, and they glad that they have that store in that community. So, you know, we strive hard to keep the customers happy and make sure they come back in every single day. So to have this happen is just crazy.
Where were you located? I was just wondering, where were you in the store when he entered?
I was at the service desk.
Which is not far from the entrance.
No, ma'am. It's right there.
Letitia, tell me about the community. I'm sure since this happened and it came to a conclusion, you've spoken to friends and neighbors and people that were also there. Tell me about how the community is feeling tonight.
A lot of people are hurt. They're really upset about this, and they just don't understand why was our store picked and why did this happen. I was just really concerned about my coworkers and the two young ladies that I work with. I just want to make sure that they were okay, and it's can't come to an understanding about it. I'm still shooken up by it. I just don't understand.
Letitia, we are happy that you are safe. We thank you for speaking with us this evening, recounting it. I know it's got to be difficult, and I know it's bringing back some horrible memories for you, having dealt with the City Grill and now to be dealing with your place of employment right in the heart of the community. So we thank you for joining us, telling us your story, and our heart goes out to you and those whom did not survive this, because obviously those faces, I'm sure you have seen many times inside of that store. So we thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Letitia. And we're going to take a picture right now of where the governor is expected to do her live press conference. We're told roughly around 7 o'clock, which is about 3 minutes from now, if that does start on time. And hopefully we will hear from her and all of the state resources that will be brought in to help prosecute this 18-year-old who came to our community from a 2 or 3 hour drive away, heavily armed with an assault weapon, and simply started shooting at a local top store on Jefferson Avenue, killing 10 people and injuring 13.
Yeah, if you weren't with us earlier, we had a long press conference where we heard from local officials, from Buffalo Police, as well as city officials. So we want to recap some of that so you can hear exactly what they had to say.
This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors, as the mayor said, coming into our community and trying to inflict that evil upon us.
Good, innocent people who went to work this morning, said goodbye to their loved ones, expecting fully to return home tonight. 10 people are not going to return home.
This is a day of great sadness for all of us in the city of Buffalo. We can't let an evil person divide this community and an evil person divide our country.
I don't want to give him any celebrityism at all right now. I don't want to give him anything right now that puts attention on him and the alleged, and again I say alleged, despicable acts that were committed today in our great city.
I will bring whatever resources we need to this community to make sure that justice is done. This should never happen to anyone in any community. It surely shouldn't happen on a beautiful Saturday when people are just shopping and going through normal life events. We will ensure that the perpetrator of this victim is given justice, and justice will be done for this community.
The U.S. Attorney went on to add also that this will be prosecuted as a hate crime and will also bring in whatever resources are needed to do that.
John Elmore is still with us in studio. And John, for those who are maybe wondering, does age play a factor in this? 18 years old, will that have any impact on the prosecution?
Well, he's 18. He's an adult. And I think that John Flynn has made it clear, and Trini Ross, the U.S. Attorney, has made it clear that they're going to go for the highest possible charges against him. So I don't think that his age is going to have any effect on the state government and the federal government's efforts to prosecute him to the full extent allowed by law.
John, as we continue to wait for the governor, she should be on any moment now. Just another quick question to ask you about illegal guns. You say that it is so easy for anyone who wants to get a gun to get a gun. That is the case every day here in Western New York and also around the country, correct?
It is real easy to get a gun here. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where there was a shooting at McKinley High School where, somebody that was less than 16 took a gun to school and injured somebody. There's shootings every day. We have a big problem with ghost guns in Buffalo, and those are guns where there's no serial number and no opportunity to trace them. And the gun in this case was a high capacity weapon. It was not a weapon to go hunt and shoot a squirrel, a rabbit, or a deer, but this gun was designed for mass killings of people, and those guns are guns that the public, the rational public, shouldn't have access to. A rational government would not allow people to have access to these weapons of mass destruction.
What do you think is going to be the first question that authorities ask this 18-year-old?
That the authorities ask who, I'm sorry?
What do you think the authorities are going to ask this 18-year-old? What do you think will be one of the first questions they ask?
Well, they questioned him, and they certainly, during the questioning, wanted to know why you did what you did. Did anybody help you? Do you feel any remorse? And probably get as much information from him when they took a statement from him. I'm assuming that they did when they took him in custody, and try to get an idea what his mental state was, what his motives were. I mean, in any homicide case or any criminal case, the prosecution has to prove what the Greek term is called. It's called mens rea. Mens rea basically means what your intent is. It is an intentional, reckless, negligent, and so that's one of the things that they looked at. What his intentions were. Did he think about it? Did he plan it? Were there others that assisted him? And I'm assuming we'll find out very soon what statements that he made to the police, because the criminal court papers are going to be public record, and if he was arraigned within the hour, then the criminal papers, the press should have access to those, including any statement that the defendant did make.
John, are you surprised that the police officers, when they engaged with this suspect after seeing all the carnage around them, at that final moment they were able to convince him to drop his gun without having to shoot him?
Well, I guess it's good and bad. I mean, he took a bunch of people's lives. He took over 10 people's lives, and he lives, and his parents and his family will have access to him. They'll be able to visit him in prison. They'll be able to talk to him on the telephone, and those families who lost loved ones, they're going to bury their loved ones, and they're never going to have an opportunity to talk to or hear their loved ones. So, yeah, the police officers that took him alive, they're heroes. They spared a life, and he took lives. I can't say anything, give anything in this particular case but praise to the police officers and the security guard, who's a retired police officer, who I'm familiar with now because I've learned his name, and my heart goes out to his family. That's the first person that I'm aware of that I knew who was killed. But I'm sure that in this small community that I'll know others. So the police did a fantastic job. I think my hat's off and to the police that risked their lives and made an arrest. Whether he was taken alive or dead, they did what they had to do under those circumstances.
And it's amazing that we have as much information as we do tonight, just 4 or 5 hours after this incident.
I would agree with you 100%.
And he's going to be arraigned, if not arraigned already by now. And then as far as protective custody, what is that going to be like for him? Obviously, it's not just one person in a cell. Like, he's going to have intense custody,
Well,
correct?
well, certainly, you know, he's going to be isolated in a cell, and there's either going to be a camera or somebody there watching him to make sure that he doesn't commit suicide. I think that's going to be very, very important. And you know, when I just think about the area that happened on Jefferson Avenue, I mean, it is a neighborhood that was really on the upswing. You know, a block from there, there's a cigar shop where people from downtown, you know, at 5 o'clock in suits and ties are you know, smoking cigars, and right next to there's a bar, there's a health center there, there's a bank there. It is a place that was part of the new Buffalo, where there was just a lot of investment in the infrastructure, where people were feeling safe to come to, and it was just a center of activity. I'm looking forward to going to the Jefferson Avenue Block Party next month. I'm a sponsor of it, where you know, all the vendors in the area and bands and DJs and people will just be out there having a good time, and to just see the peace taken away from such a place that just had so much potential and growth, it really saddens me.
You're right about that. Jefferson Avenue, that is always the place to be, like a couple weeks or so before Juneteenth, where people will go on that street, and it's the who's who of Buffalo that come out there. John, thank you again for staying in studio with us. We ask that you stay and stand by with us. If you're joining us, we are following breaking news this hour. At least 10 people dead in a mass shooting at the Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue.
Police say around 2:30 this afternoon, an 18-year-old man arrived at the store heavily armed and wearing tactical gear. He got out of his vehicle and shot 4 people in the parking lot.
The man then entered the store, allegedly live streaming online with a camera. Police say once he got inside of the Tops Market, he was met by a security guard who is a retired police officer. The guard shot the alleged suspect, who shot back. The security guard died at the scene.
They also say the alleged shooter continued through that store, shooting at employees and shooting at customers. Buffalo police moved in to the store bravely, where the man then pointed the gun at himself. However, police say the man did surrender after that and was then taken into custody. In total, 13 people were shot here, and 10 of them, unfortunately, have died.
Officials say that the man was not from Buffalo and drove here from outside of our community.
And Claudine, at this point, the attack appears to be racially motivated.
This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors, as the mayor said, coming into our community and trying to inflict that evil upon us.
Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown adding that this is a sad, dark day in the city of Buffalo's history.
Is a day of great sadness for all of us in the city of Buffalo. Our deepest and most heartfelt condolences are with the families of those who lost their lives today tragically and unnecessarily.
And Mayor Byron Brown says that Governor Kathy Hochul is in fact on her way to Buffalo right now and should arrive within the next hour.
Meanwhile, government officials are offering their words of support, a lot of that today. Governor Kathy Hochul, she was on Twitter earlier today, this afternoon, closely monitoring the situation, saying that we have offered assistance to local officials, and she goes on to advise people to follow the guidance from local law enforcement and local officials. Again, the governor should be speaking with us within minutes. We will bring that to you live.
Congressman Brian Higgins also took to Twitter today to say he is ready to offer federal support if necessary. Higgins says he is simply horrified by what has happened today.
We now want to let you listen in to some individuals who were out at the scene today from the neighborhood. They were around Tops Market. Our photojournalist Penny Adams was out there, and she had a chance to speak with one individual.
I started calling people that I know were working in the store so they could tell me their location and where they were at. I did a little bit of relaying. But it's hard. I'm up here every day. I'm up here 7 days a week. I know everybody in the neighborhood. I know everybody that was working in there.
And what word have you gotten on some of the people you know that have become a victim? What do you know, without saying names?
I know that I've lost 3 people that were close to me. I also know that 2 others were shot. I lost 3 people today that I know and talk to 5-6 times a week. One, a friend of over 30 years. Another person I've known for 20 years. This is
Are
insane.
they the people you know, are they employees there? Were they grocery shopping today? What do you know?
People that worked at the store, as well as one of my fellow people that does what I do. And it's a tough day. It's a tough day. We're talking about good people. We're talking about people that help people every day. And for somebody to come and do this is, I'm always here for my people. I gotta be here. Me and the store manager had a conversation. We hugged each other. We couldn't stop hugging each other and crying.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The store manager cares. Everybody cares. This is the only community store we got. And for somebody to do this, that's an assault on everybody in this community.
You can just hear it in his voice. And Kirsten Gillibrand issued a statement saying, in part, my prayers are with the victims of this racially motivated act of violence. The senator adding that she will fight to pass common sense gun safety measures.
And John Elmore, John, you could just hear it in that gentleman's voice. This is a day that none of us will ever forget in Western New York. Just a real huge tragedy for this community.
I think that we mentioned that the city growth thing, but I think probably in my memory, one day that was just as sad was the day the airplane went down at 3407. But this is even worse because that was an accident and this was intentional. Somebody actually drove 3.5 hours with the intent of committing mass destruction and taking as many lives as he possibly could. Over 50 shots fired, 10 grieving families because their loved ones were taken away, 3 other people injured. The fear of people that live in the neighborhood and the fear of just everybody in Western New York knowing that this city of brotherly love, this community where we were all trying to get along and survive and get back on our feet from the pandemic, where we're just, we've been isolated all winter wearing masks and afraid to go out, and we're finally taking masks off and we can see people's smiles and just recognize people from their smiles and actually see teeth and not just try to figure out whose eyes those are underneath the mask, and breathing fresh air. And to just think that people just going to get groceries, to get fresh fruit and cereal and bread and take it home, were senselessly killed. People that did nothing wrong. Wake up, America. We have to do something to keep these weapons of mass destruction out of people who are going to do harm and kill innocent people. I mean, when I think about what, there were some congressmen playing a game of softball or baseball in Virginia that were innocent people that were shot and attacked by somebody that, in a similar way, and they still didn't take it upon themselves after their own people were shot to get legislation to make our community safer from these weapons of mass destruction. We have to wake up and do something about this.
John, what do you think is going to happen with city officials? How do you think they're going to try and revamp that neighborhood? Because as we heard individuals say, you have to remain calm. This is the time to come together, right, Scott? And that's something that stood out.
The opposite of what the shooter wanted.
Right. He wants to
break us up.
Right. So we have to come together. What is it going to take for that to happen?
Well, there were a lot of religious leaders there. I was very impressed to see that the mayor ended his press conference with prayer from two of our leading ministers. I'm happy to see that, you know, I mean, the text messages that I've been getting from people that I've been sitting here from all over Western New York, from people from Niagara Falls, from Olean, New York, and you know, all over Buffalo and Erie County, just expressing their sadness. And I just think that naturally people are going to be grateful for what they have, be thankful that it wasn't them, and wrap their hands around and see whatever they can do to support the families who lost their loved ones, and try to look at solutions instead of always just pointing the fingers and blaming and yelling at each other. Let's talk about getting some solutions and act upon those solutions.
Speaking about that, you mentioned solutions. There are just way too many guns out there on the streets. You worked on the streets. You were a police officer for many years. You're still an attorney also. We've been broadcasting here. You and I both started the same day.
We certainly did.
Back in 1998.
Yes.
Over 2.5 decades. And we've seen gun buybacks and all sorts of things in this town. Isn't it? Some people argue that criminals are always going to find a gun. If they are committed to do a crime, they're going to do it. How do you fight that when you know and you say that guns are the problem here?
Well, you know, one of the things that I've always advocated for is how we need to change law enforcement's attitude in getting guns. Right now, law enforcement goes after the end user. They'll pull cars over, do massive stops, and arrest people that have the guns. But there really hasn't been a concerted effort among local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to go after the gun distributors. People that bring guns to Buffalo, they go to out of state where there are liberal gun laws, and then they bring them here and then they sell them. But go after those people that are selling the guns and transporting them here. You know, they need to use search warrants and wiretaps and informants and undercover police officers to buy the guns, and not just simply go in certain neighborhoods and pull cars over and search the cars and take the guns from the end users, but get the guns from the distributors. Get the distributors, they're bringing guns here by the truckloads, and it's time to go after the people that are bringing the guns here by the truckloads and put them in jail, and then also you know, use informants. I mean, if you get caught with a gun and you want to get a better plea offer, then snitch on somebody that sold a gun to you, and then legislation so that these weapons of mass destruction are just illegal. I mean, again, a gun that this guy shot 50 rounds. That was not a gun to shoot squirrels or deer or rabbits. That was a gun designed to kill people. The public doesn't need to have guns that our military uses in Iraq or Iran. I mean, it's illegal for us to have a bazooka. It's illegal us to drive around with a military tank or a rocket or something like that. So, you know, the same laws that prevent us from having those type of weapons I mean, it just logically follow that a gun that somebody can fire 50 rounds in a public place and hurt people should be illegal as well.
And John, another question I have for you, just going back to what we know is probably happening right now down the street from us inside of a courthouse. His defense, his attorney, how, for the general public, explain to them how that works. How will he be assigned an attorney?
How is he going to get assigned an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, everybody has a right to have a lawyer. So if Judge Hanna, who is a close friend of mine and a judge that I've appeared for many a times, would have told this defendant that he has the right to have an attorney appointed to him if he cannot afford one, and that's the Sixth Amendment. And and certainly this kid's family has been notified. I don't know if the family could afford a lawyer for him or if he could afford one for himself, but I'm assuming right away that the Legal Aid Society, who represents people in Buffalo City Court, has an attorney that is representing him at least temporarily, and probably trying to get access to him at the jail. So he'll probably have an attorney visit by somebody from Legal Aid probably tomorrow morning when the jail opens up, and then it'll have to be determined at the felony hearing whether he's going to be represented by private counsel or a court-appointed legal aid lawyer.
Right, and we know all eyes of the nation will be on this, actually starting right now, because of the magnitude of what has taken place, and then the fact that we're talking about a hate crime.
He could be prosecuted, I believe, in both federal and state, right?
That's correct. There's a possibility, and a very likely possibility based upon the press conference from U.S. Attorney Trini Ross and the FBI regional director, that there will be federal charges as well.
And federally, there is the death penalty, correct? Not in New York State, but federally there is.
I would say there's a possibility that it is a death-eligible crime under the federal law, because it was a hate crime because of the multiple people that were killed. Again, think about, I mean, Timothy McVeigh received the death penalty. You know, multiple people were killed. There were some people in the last administration that U.S. Attorney Baer authorized the death penalty to be carried out.
But President Biden, I believe, has put a moratorium on the death penalty right now. So this will be interesting to see how this plays out, especially with this case.
Again, that's something to think about. You know, nobody's really calling for it, but I just want to merely say that there's a strong possibility that this is a death eligible crime. But the bottom line is, I don't believe that this guy is ever going to see daylight, whatever happens.
Yeah, John, thank you so much for that. Stick with us in studio. We appreciate you being here with us and guiding us through this process. We're now going to go to the Buffalo Police Commissioner, Joe Gramaglia. Earlier today, he spoke with reporters, and he pretty much walked us through exactly what happened with this shooter.
At approximately 2:30 today, an individual who the mayor stated is not from this area and is from hours away drove to Buffalo, went to 1275 Jefferson Avenue to the Tops Market. He exited his vehicle. He was very heavily armed. He had tactical gear. He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming what he was doing. The individual exited his car and engaged 4 individuals. He shot 4 people in the parking lot. 3 of those were deceased. 1 individual at this time is surviving the injury. The individual went inside. As I said, he was an 18-year-old white male, walked into the store and began engaging customers inside the store. One of the individuals inside the store is the security guard, a beloved security guard, who is a retired Buffalo police officer, a hero in our eyes, engaged the suspect, fired multiple shots, struck the suspect, but because he had heavily armored plating on, that bullet had no round. The suspect engaged our retired officer, and he was ultimately shot and deceased at the scene. He continued to work his way through the store. Ultimately, he worked his way back towards the front of the store. Buffalo police immediately respond, engage the suspect in the vestibule of the store, and at that point, the suspect put the gun to his own neck. Buffalo police personnel, 2 patrol officers, talked the suspect into dropping the gun. He dropped the gun, took off some of his tactical gear, surrendered at that point, and he was led outside, put in a police car, and transported to Buffalo Police Headquarters.
Was Buffalo Police Commissioner Joe Gramaglia really walking us through what happened earlier today about 2:30 this afternoon at 1275 Jefferson Avenue. That is the site of the Tops Market in the heart of the east side of the city. And yes, we did say the east side because that is exactly where it is located.
Claudine, you have shopped at that store many times. Tell me about the neighborhood.
The neighborhood is one where you have a lot of older people, you have some younger families moving in there too, but a lot of those people who live right around that Tops Market, they have been there for years. And you can tell by some of the housing stock there, they have been there and they don't plan on moving. They will tell you, this is where I was born, this is where I was raised, and I'm not leaving. And that's why, and so because for some of them, they don't drive anymore, so the supermarket is in their neighborhood,
They
so
walk
they
to
can
it.
walk, and you see the walkers all the time.
And Mayor Brown said this was very personal for him because he helped bring that supermarket to the community also.
There was a huge push to get a supermarket on the east side of Buffalo because they were crying that they didn't have one. And so he pushed to get that happen, or to get that there. He was one of many officials,
I remember
obviously,
that, right.
to get that. And I remember we covered the groundbreaking.
Extensively, yeah.
And it was a glorious day, really, for the neighborhood. And since that Tops Market was built on Jefferson Avenue, we started to see a little bit more pop up. The Beverly Gray Center, if John, I know you're still with us, but the Beverly Gray Center is right around the corner from it. There's a new bank that was right across the street.
So it was beginning to see new life.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you will find people, there are some people who live in the neighborhood, they will just go and hang out in the parking lot just because.
To see people and friends and just chat.
Yeah. If we can go back to John Elmore. John, I know you probably want to chime in on this conversation because this is kind of the real talk of what the neighborhood and what the store is all about.
Well, I just have an interesting thought. You know, in August of last year, the Court of Appeals upheld a federal death sentence in a matter that was very similar to this one. If you recall the Dylan Roof case in South Carolina, he went into an African-American church. He killed 9 people. Dylan Roof was convicted and sentenced to death. And a federal court of appeals last August upheld that conviction. And I think that's very, very similar to what we have here, a Dylan Roof incident.
That's important to keep in mind as we go through this process because we're going to spend a lot of days in court.
It'll be interesting to see if the defense also goes with an insanity defense. What other defense do they have?
Well, and can I say that the insanity defense did not work for Dylan Roof. That's the defense that he raised, and it did not work.
All right, we're continuing to wait for the governor. We're told 7:30, which is just less than 2.5 minutes from right now. She apparently was away and came back to town, and she's going to give us an update on what they're thinking of doing.
Exactly. That just goes to show you that all eyes are on Buffalo right now, from the White House to the governor's mansion to City Hall. So everybody is going to have something to say about it. It will be interesting to hear what the governor has to say.
Yeah.
She talked about resources and being there to help Buffalo. Well, what exactly are those resources? We know the condolences are going to be coming in, but what are you going to do to help this community that is now in mourning and in need of, you can say, to be calm. What do you do to help people to be calm at this moment and at this time?
And the one thing we don't want to forget is that there are a lot of folks, almost a dozen, that won't be going home to their families tonight. And those pictures and their life stories will be coming out over the next days and weeks.
Right. And this also has hit the Buffalo Police Department pretty hard too, because one of their own, a retired officer who was working as a security guard inside of that store.
Something many retired police officers do.
Yeah, that's something they do.
Right.
And I think that when you go into that Tops, from time to time, you'll see a lot of retired officers.
Yeah.
They go there because for some of them, that is the beat that they used to have. If they worked in the C District, they were always patrolling.
Community policing.
Community policing.
Right.
And just your everyday officers who enjoy being in the community, they would go there. And I can tell you there are officers right now who will tell me, oh yeah, I used to go to the Tops Market and I would see this person and that person. It's just a conversation. It is just that spot.
And what's so angering too is that this person was from out of town and came to our community.
So
to
how
do
did
this
he know,
crime.
right?
Right.
How did he know?
It makes you wonder.
John, is that a question that they're going to want to know? How did you, as an 18-year-old not from Western New York, how did you know about this particular location? Why did you choose this Tops on this street at this time? Because this is the busy time on a Saturday.
He's had to have done some research.
Yep.
You know, and in this day and age, I mean, when you get on the throughway, you know, your cars can be tracked with social media. I'm sure that they're looking at his phone records. You know, when you have a cell phone, they can have data that shows where you are because from the cell phone towers. So if he's made trips to Buffalo in the past, the government will find out either from tracking his cell phone, looking at his social media, looking at his the car that he drove to see if it you know, drove through the throughway exits and things of that nature. They'll find out if there was planning, and again, I don't know how long the Top Supermarket preserves the video there, but there may, you know, they may have actually have video of him in the store, and hopefully those are some questions that the skilled homicide investigators from the Buffalo Police Department asked him during the time that they questioned him, and that's if he didn't waive his right to silence and allowed to be questioned.
All right, John, thank you very much. Let's go back to our Rob Hackford. He is out in the neighborhood tonight, and he was able to speak to a witness tonight. Hello, Rob.
Yeah, hey, Scott, we spoke with Catherine just a little while ago. She lives right across from this Tops and witnessed the entire shooting incident today here on Jefferson Avenue from her porch, the second level of the home on Riley Street. Catherine could not believe what she saw happened in the store and outside, and said she could hear the shots consistently throughout the entire situation. When she said it only took a matter of minutes, she was on with 911 for quite a while, just waiting to hear what potentially unfolded there. But we'll let Catherine take it from here and describe exactly what she saw today at this shooting on Jefferson Avenue.
Was out on my porch playing with my dog when the man apparently got out of his car and started shooting. I heard the first shot, turned around, and I saw him, I saw him kill the two women in front of the store. One was just trying to put groceries in her car. Anyway, I ducked down because I didn't know if he was going to turn around and see me there and take a shot at me. And as I ducked down, I have been told he had some sort of an altercation with a woman and her daughter, pushed her daughter out of the way. But all I knew was, when I looked back up, he was walking into the store, full combat fatigues, helmet, everything, loaded. And anyway, walked in the store and immediately heard a shot.
Yeah, you can hear the strain in her voice there. This was an incredible incident, an emotional one at that. She was shaking just as before we spoke with her. She described the security guard as well as a genuine and incredible guy, someone she knew very well and that everyone in this community knew very well, a retired Buffalo police officer as well. She dreads having to go back into this Tops location now and seeing who is missing, who of the employees were shot. Again, 10 people killed here at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue. Scott, I'll send it back into you.
Rob, before we let you go, let me ask you, let me know what's happening at the scene there. Behind you is the store. Are people, friends, neighbors, are they all coming out? Are they gathering in small groups? Give me a feel for what's happening right there at the scene at this hour.
Yeah, Scott, it's a mix of emotions. It's anger, it's hatred, it's sadness and disappointment. We talked to a couple individuals who are still waiting to hear from police about their family members. This group over here on Riley Street near Jefferson Avenue, many of them had family members who went into the Tops. They knew they were going there, but haven't heard anything since. Whether they had their phone with them or not, it's going to be a big question here of whether they can get in touch with their family members, and they just don't know much information at this point. So as I said, it's a mix of emotions, anger, hatred, sadness here on Jefferson Avenue. And again, as we try to learn more about this, hate crime, this alleged incident here on Jefferson Avenue, we'll continue to keep you updated and have much more from some of the individuals who are deeply rooted in this community because they've had so much support coming out hear whether, from people who used to live in this area or currently live in this area. Even if somebody wasn't in this store, it's really impacted so many people, and you can feel that with just, the frustration. There's been outbursts and other moments here where, you have to realize that the death of 10 people in a store like this in a predominantly black neighborhood, it's tight-knit, and to see that loss of life or experience that loss of life indirectly is tragic.
Bob, I'm sure that the police presence is still strong there, even though the incident is over. They're still there taking measurements and finding all sorts of evidence that they can use to prosecute.
Yeah, Scott, we've seen ATF, we've seen the Erie County Sheriff's Office, State Police, Buffalo Police. There's still a very large presence here. We were actually asked to, stay stationary for a little bit while they were looking into another potential incident with this, but those are unconfirmed reports at this point, but it's still very active. We as well saw a SWAT vehicle leave the scene for a period of time, but I can't tell you another situation in my time reporting where I've seen this many police responding to a scene, and I mean in this situation, rightfully so, the death of 10 individuals. This is what you can see right now just outside the Tops here on Jefferson Avenue, Scott.
All right, Rob, thank you very much. Rob Hackford reporting from just outside the Tops supermarket tonight.
Right now you are looking at a picture. Our Ron Plants is inside of the courtroom where the shooter is about to be arraigned, or he may have already been arraigned. You see that he is obviously in court, and behind him are the sheriff's deputies or court deputies who are inside of the courtroom. If we have another picture from Ron, we can show that, but if not, we can tell you that in one of the photos that he tweeted out just a few minutes ago, you can see the suspect, and you can see that he has a bandage on his shoulder. So we did hear that he had been shot when he was confronting the one police officer, or retired police officer acting as a security guard inside of the Tops Market. And what's also interesting is that when he did enter the store, that security guard is normally right there. And then we talk with Letitia, who is one of the assistant managers at the store, and the clerk area where she would be is all right there in the front of the store.
Right in the same area.
Yeah,
Periphery.
so all of that is happening right there as you enter the store. So if anybody's in the back of the store, they're also hearing shots fired inside.
Horrible scene. Well, on the phone right now is former FBI agent in charge, Bernie Tolbert. Bernie, of course, well known for capturing James Charles Kopp, being a part of that investigation, who killed Dr. Bernard Slepian years ago, and also is a Western New Yorker. Lives here in Buffalo. Bernie, thanks for joining us tonight. Let me ask you first and foremost, your reaction to hearing this horrible tragedy today and the fact that this shooter came from several hours away to come to our hometown to do this crime.
Well, can you hear me, Scott?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, good. I think, like most people, it was stunning, absolutely unfathomable. You don't think these kinds of things can happen in your community, and you never think they can happen in your community until it actually does. So my initial reaction was, this just can't be. But we know all too well that these things happen, and they happen in places where you least expect it to happen.
Tell me about what those officers go through when they get to a scene like that, a horrible tragedy like that. It's very fluid. They don't know exactly what they're getting into. They hear different reports from different people, but yet they know that it's an active crime taking place and bullets are flying.
You're absolutely right. Initially, there's so much information flying back and forth. Leads are coming in. People are saying things, and you have to have a process by which you can gather all of this information, at least hold it so that you can check it out and run it down to ground to make sure that you're not missing anything. And I think that law enforcement officers, law enforcement personnel, although they go through these kinds of things a lot more often, but they are people too, and they're impacted by these kinds of things. And I salute them for not only doing the job, but doing their job, doing it well in spite of conditions and factors that makes it hard for us to to fathom and hard for us to do those things that we have to do. They're very professional, and that's that speaks well for our community.
How does the department work with their own officers? Because just as the community is grieving, a lot of these officers, they're part of the community too. They work in the community. So what's going to happen to help them get over this shock, this horror of what they saw, of what has happened?
So first of all, they have their fellow officers who they work with every day, who will, I'm sure, look out for help, put their arm around them, hold their hand, do what's necessary. If they notice that, someone's having a particular hard time, they'll make sure that person gets to see someone, has an opportunity. Every law enforcement department agency has an EAP program. They have grief counselors who work with them, chaplains who can assist them. So those kinds of resources will be available to these officers, and there's nothing wrong with saying, I need that. In fact, it's human, and I hope that those who feel that way will take advantage of those resources that are available to them. But like I said, they are people too, and they're impacted by this. Their heart hurts just like the rest of our hearts hurt. So we have to make sure that they're a part of this whole process in terms of getting what they need to keep them going.
Yeah, hearts are broken, that is for sure. Bernie, let me ask you, the U.S. Attorney for Western New York said earlier that she's going to ensure that justice is done in this case and that she will prosecute this as a hate crime and will bring in whatever resources are needed. Tell me a little bit about racially motivated hate crimes and your thought on that.
Well, the U.S. Attorney, Trini Ross, she's absolutely correct. When these kinds of things happen, because there's a federal violation has taken place, at least it appears, the investigation will bear that out. She will be in touch with the Attorney General, who is her boss, and to make sure that whatever resources she needs and whatever resources federal law enforcement agencies need, that they'll be forthcoming. If you were in the Buffalo area at the time of the Slepian shooting, we'd had briefings with the U.S. Attorney's Office on a daily basis to keep Janet Reno at the time, to keep her advised as to what was happening, and the resources we needed to conduct our investigation were made available to us. And I know Trini, and I know that this is where what she'll be working on, and she said she's going to make sure that justice is done, and I have no doubt that justice will be served, and she'll be an integral part of making sure that what's necessary to get to that end, will take place.
We know that many people talk about the fact that things move so slowly. How fast can this case go? I mean, everybody's entitled to their due justice, right? He's entitled to an attorney. He is entitled to defense. So what's the timeline? How will this work? How fast will this go, or how slow?
Well, I think rather than saying how fast or slow, I think the primary concern will be doing it right. You don't want to conduct an investigation and skip over steps and have a shoddy investigation that down the road leads to not being able to prosecute. And we've seen that happen before, where on a technicality, a case is thrown out. So I think the first thing that will happen is, of course, I think it has already happened, is that, well, I know it's happened because I saw a picture. He's been arraigned locally on state charges. Well, from a federal aspect, now that he's arraigned, he'll be held. I'm sure there's going to be no bail. So you can now go about doing all the things necessary to make sure that you've got enough when you present the federal charges, that you're in a good place. You're not going to present all of your evidence. You don't have to do it at these early hearings, but you want to make sure when you get to a trial, if it gets there, that you'll be able to meet that standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So in terms of how fast, I don't anticipate any other than perhaps him being charged federally in the next few days, perhaps. From there, there's still a lot of work to do. I can't imagine, but there have probably already been literally hundreds, certainly probably thousands of bits of information that have to be, that have come to fore, that have to be sifted through. So I don't think that they're going to worry so much about doing it quickly as opposed to making sure they do it right. And the community deserves that. It would be tragic if for some reason we weren't able to move forward as we should because we didn't do a good job. We skipped over something. We let something slide by that we should have paid attention to.
Bernie, the elephant in the room here is that there are unsubstantiated reports. It's all over the internet that there may be a detailed manifesto. Some of the reporters at the scene have been sharing this. They asked the authorities today about it also. If, in fact, this suspect did have a detailed manifesto, I have seen what might be one. It is incredibly amount of detail that this fellow may have gone through. What does that say about his state of mind and traveling 2 or 3 hours to get here to Western New York?
Well, the manifesto certainly goes towards intent, and solidifying his intent would be the fact that, as I heard, he traveled several hours to get here. That means it wasn't a spur of the moment in a fit of rage type thing. And those things happen where sometimes those factors are considered. You know, it was a rageful moment at the time, might not have otherwise happened. He had at least a few hours to think about and plan this beyond what he'd already done, clearly. So manifesto, driving here, gave him a lot of time to think about what he was going to do, how he was going to do. So I think that takes away, to a large extent, any discussion of, of intent. It's clear what his intention was. Now, his attorneys will certainly want to probably offer a defense that will get their client off, perhaps mentally incompetent. But and again, that'll be for the experts to figure out. But I think clearly, and as you see that they're talking about charging a hate crime. Clearly, the evidence is there to show that these kinds of conditions were present. So I think his intent, it was a question of a racially motivated crime. Absolutely. It would be hard for anyone to suggest that there was no racial motivation here. You're going into a community that you don't know. It's a community that's 99, at least 98% African American, minority. And you killed most of the
Bernie,
people.
thank you. Bernie, I hate to interrupt you. Thank you so much for your time. If you could possibly stay with us. We know that the governor is, I believe, just about ready. She is, we can toss to her right now. Here's the governor, Kathy Hochul.
Governor Hochul from Albany was on the phone with me and other elected officials and law enforcement leaders in the community. I want to thank the governor for her very quick response to this horrific situation in Buffalo. And working from Albany, the governor got here as quickly as she could to render support to the community and to check on the status of the victims' families. I'm now going to turn things over to our governor, Kathy Hochul.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and to all the elected officials and community leaders, clergy, including and also our district attorney, who has a lot in his hands right now. I want to thank the Buffalo Police Department for their exceptional work in handling this situation. And also, I want to thank the New York State Police, who have been embedded from the very beginning. The state police role is supportive here locally, but also it is a prime role working with the FBI to secure the home of the individual, which is out of this region from the southern tier, and amass as much evidence as is humanly possible in the very near term. It's hard to know what to say. This is my community. I know this community well. I've walked these streets. I know the individuals who live here. It's a wonderful, tight-knit neighborhood. And to see that sense of security shattered by an individual, a white supremacist who has engaged in an act of terrorism and will be prosecuted as such, in a cold-hearted, cruel, calculating way. A military-style execution targeting people who simply want to buy groceries in a neighborhood store. It strikes us in our very hearts to know that there's such evil that lurks out there. Yes, I'm here to console the families in a community that is feeling so much pain right now. But mark my words, we'll be aggressive in our pursuit of anyone who subscribes to the ideals professed by other white supremacists, and how there's a feeding frenzy on social media platforms where hate festers more hate. That has to stop. These outlets must be more vigilant in monitoring social media content. And certainly, the fact that this act of barbarism, this execution of innocent human beings, could be live streamed on social media platforms and not taken down within a second, says to me that there is a responsibility out there, and we're going to continue to work on this and make sure that those who provide these platforms have a moral and ethical, and I hope to have a legal responsibility to ensure that such hate cannot populate these sites. Because this is the result when you have individuals who use these platforms and talk to others who share these demented views and support each other and talk about the techniques that they'll engage in and post these ideas and share them with others in the hope that they can all someday rise up in their demented view of the world. That's what white supremacist terrorism is all about. That's what we witnessed here today on the streets of Buffalo, New York. And it has to end right here. And that is our message. We will continue to work at the federal, state, and local level with our community partners to help identify these messages as soon as they arise on social media. That is our best defense right now, as well as the legal system and the prosecution. And it is my sincere hope that this individual, this white supremacist who just perpetrated a hate crime on an innocent community, will spend the rest of his days behind bars. And heaven help him in the next world as well. Yeah, I'm angry. I've seen violence from guns on the Brooklyn subway and now in the streets of Buffalo. It has to stop. It has to stop. On Tuesday in Albany, we had already planned to be announcing a comprehensive gun package to address further loopholes that exist in our laws. We are doing everything we can to ensure that our laws are tight, they're ironclad, to ensure that our law enforcement have the resources they need. That is why I started a gun interdiction task force last January. 9 states, as well as NYPD, have teamed up with us to make sure that we can identify when guns are coming across the border from places like Pennsylvania gun shows and end up in small communities outside Binghamton or in Broome County. We don't know that that is the source of the modifications made to a gun, but we're going to find out. We're going to continue addressing this every single way we can. As an aside, we're also going to be preparing our state for what could be a Supreme Court decision that allows people to carry concealed weapons. We're ready. This is New York. We're here to protect our people. Thank you. Any questions?
You mentioned that the suspect was from the southern tier. Can you tell us where in the southern tier he is from?
I know that law enforcement is securing the home right now and getting search warrants, so I'm not going to disclose the location at this time, but we know where.
Can you tell us the county?
Broome County.
Broome County.
There have been social media posts from others who are claiming to be involved in this. Any concern that the suspect who is in custody is the only one, and any concern in general about other people trying to take credit for this tragedy?
That is something that always law enforcement has to be aware of in the aftermath. It is not uncommon that there be people who try to take credit or there be copycat situations, but all these leads are being run down and investigated, and there's no confirmation at this time. Anyone in law enforcement have different?
I think you hit it.
Wegmans closed their doors for the rest of the evening. What's your message to people that just need to go grocery shopping, just need to continue living?
And they will, but let us take this moment to grieve. There's a community out there that has had their hearts ripped open. All of us suffer with them. There's families that are still finding out that their loved one is not coming home to dinner tonight. People can get their groceries tomorrow.
Governor, there were, you talk about the social media concern that you all share, yet there were social media concerns for this individual prior to today. It's my understanding he had stuff online and on social media. I mean, do you have concerns that wasn't flagged?
That's what I want to find out. Exactly. And the social media platforms that profit from their existence need to be responsible for monitoring and having surveillance, knowing that they can be, in a sense, an accomplice to a crime like this. Perhaps not legally, but morally. They've created the platform to allow this hate to be spewed, and others who are like-minded or can be radicalized. People who may not have intended to go down the path, but they read this. It's pervasive. It's among the big lies that are out there. And we know how insidious it is. We've seen the effects. But particularly the act of live streaming this, the fact that that can even be hosted on a platform is absolutely shocking. And we need to find out what happened and how to make sure it doesn't happen again.
But do you think his social media footprint should have been noticed by law enforcement prior to this?
Absolutely, these should be monitored by everyone involved. The platform and law enforcement monitors literally millions of posts in search of information like this, and this is all part of the inquiry.
Was it one weapon or more than one weapon, and were the weapons legally obtained or not? Do we know?
My understanding is that it was a legally obtained weapon, but it was modified with illegal magazines that could have been acquired anywhere. We're going to find out where they came from, but they're actually for sale legally in the state of Pennsylvania. So it's not that hard to make that modification. But it was, as modified, it became illegal.
There were reports that the gun that he used had racial epithets written on it, maybe the bullet. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, we're not going to comment now.
Yeah, we're not going to comment at this point.
We'll take one more.
Okay, Governor, a lot of people in this community here, predominantly black community here, where this shooting took place, are furious, they're angry, and they're also cynical about justice coming out of this. How can you assure people in this community that this is going to receive the proper attention and the proper justice, because this was appears to be a racially motivated crime?
I'll simply tell the residents of this community, this is our community as well. We share that pain. These are our brothers and sisters, and we are equally outraged. There is no depth to the outrage I'm feeling right now. It is because it just goes on, how I feel right now about what happened to this community. So they have our commitment, and I understand cynicism, but they have the commitment of every single person here who will stop at nothing to ensure that we do everything we can that this individual receives the full force of justice. The laws, our district attorney is laser focused on this, as well as our law enforcement teams from the federal, state, and local working tirelessly to find all the evidence to make sure that this case is successfully prosecuted. That is our commitment to the individuals of this community, and they'll see, ultimately, that'll be the outcome.
John, did the arraignment complete, and what were the
Yes.
charges?
Justice is already being done immediately. This individual has been arraigned on murder in the first degree, which is the highest murder charge in New York State. Carries with it a sentence of life without parole, the highest punishment we have in New York State. He was remanded. The judge ordered a forensic examination. A felony hearing will now take place in 5 days. And then the investigation continues. So we have taken the appropriate steps right now to get him behind bars. And that's what we did. That was justice, getting that murder first charge filed immediately, calling a judge up and having him come downtown to city court on a Saturday evening to arraign this individual immediately. Not tomorrow morning, not Monday morning, right now. And therefore, as I said, we got a murder first charge already filed against him. We are now investigating terrorism charges, other murder charges, along with working with our partners in the federal government so that they can perhaps file charges as well. So I assure everyone in this community, justice is being done right now, and justice will be done.
I'll address that. As the FBI, so I'm with the FBI. We are doing a parallel investigation with our local and state partners. We are aggressively investigating this at the federal level as a hate crime and as an instance of racially motivated violent extremism. We will bring all of the resources of the federal government to bear on this case. This is the #1 priority of the Department of Justice, and I can assure the citizens of this community that anything that we can do at the federal level with this case will be done, and justice will be served for the victims.
Just on the issue of, just on the hate crime issue as well, I've already asked our hate crime task force, the New York State Hate Crime Task Force, to be investigating as well. So it is being treated absolutely as a hate crime. And I've been in touch with officials in Washington and the White House on this, on the issue of what we're doing here so aggressively. So I appreciate the FBI's engagement as well.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, after arraignment.
Okay.
All right, we finally heard from the governor of the state of New York, Kathy Hochul. We also heard from the Erie County District Attorney, really bringing us up to date that there has been an arraignment. The next step in that is going to be a felony hearing. And the Associated Press has reported, and Two on Your Side has confirmed with the police source, that the suspect's name is Peyton Gendron, 18 years old, from Conklin, New York. That is located in Broome County and less than 20 minutes southeast of Binghamton. Our Ron Plants is in the courtroom for the arraignment. That is happening right now. Of course, we will be having all of this information. Any new updates we have for you, we will be bringing them to you online, as well as on our website, WGRZ.com.
And we are also starting to learn more about some of the victims. And that is what is most important tonight, that we learn about them. One victim, who's at ECMC, is the son of one of Senator Tom Kennedy's staff members. He released a statement which reads, in part, quote, "To say that I'm heartbroken tonight doesn't even do justice. I'm devastated, I'm angry, and I'm thinking about the families who will not welcome a loved one home tonight. All because an individual filled with pure evil made a calculated decision to senselessly take innocent lives. Let us be clear. This was a hate crime and an act of terrorism on our community. It was racially motivated, extremism in its most pure form. Although we may feel speechless, we will not remain silent. These victims and the families of these victims will see justice. While we grieve tonight, we will get through this together. I ask that you keep the families of those lost and injured in your prayers."
And that is from Senator Tim Kennedy, who obviously has a personal connection to that, and we'll probably be hearing much more on that later on. We're going to go live now to Ron Plants, who is standing by in downtown Buffalo. Ron?
Yes, Claudine, it was a very short court appearance before City Court Judge Craig Hanna just maybe about a half hour ago, and that's where we got our first look really at 18-year-old Peyton Gendron of Conklin, New York, the individual who has now been charged with first-degree murder for this incident at the Tops supermarket. We will tell you that he was remanded without bail. Also, this case is indeed going to a grand jury, And we were also told, or we heard from the defense attorney representing him, that he will be having a forensic exam. That is standard procedure in such cases to try to determine the psychiatric condition of the individual. We understand also he will be back in court for a preliminary hearing on that first-degree murder charge in the criminal complaint on Thursday, May 19th in the morning. For now, again, he is in custody. We were told by his attorney that there is a possibility that, again, further charges will be added. At this point in the criminal complaint, it was just one count, and I'm sorry there in the background, it was one count of first-degree murder. However, more counts could be added. You just heard that press conference there as well with prosecutors and other officials saying that they are looking at additional charges. But for now, he is just charged again with first-degree murder in the one count. And this individual, again identified as 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, he did appear to be wearing a cutaway paper gown in his court appearance. And from what I could see sitting in the back of the courtroom, it did appear possibly that he had a bandage on his shoulder. It was kind of hard to tell exactly what that was, but it could have been a bandage. He appeared coherent in his questioning by the judge if he understood his rights, and he did confer afterwards with his attorney. So that is the situation right now with this individual who has been charged in this horrific case. Claudine?
Ron, thank you for that information live from the courthouse in downtown Buffalo in front of Judge Hanna. Obviously a day that Judge Hanna, who, we featured him on a couple of reports that I've done on Community, and he grew up not far.
From that Tops?
Not far at all from that Tops supermarket.
Right.
Not at all.
Fortunately, we are hearing from ECMC that they do say that one of the 3 surviving victims there has now been discharged. So let's hope and pray that the other 2 surviving victims are discharged as well. So we heard a few moments ago from the governor, who did come back to town, to her hometown, which has now been changed forever. She said that she is consoling the family and consoling her community here as well. And she wanted to make it clear that this was a white supremacist who was engaged in an act of terrorism today and engaged in what she called a military-style execution. And law enforcement, she says, is currently at the home of the suspect doing what they do best so that they can prosecute this person to the most.
Yeah, and also hearing from Tim Kennedy saying that we will not be silent. For so long, sometimes people are silent about issues of white supremacy, race relations, but it's on the front burner, so it cannot be ignored. But what you have to do is look at the source, deal with the source, and try and make changes. Forensics is going to be interesting as well here. John Elmore is still with us in studio, and we appreciate you, John, for sticking with us all evening long and offering your insight, because it's really proved to be informative. The forensic examination, you saw the video that Ron had of him sitting in the courtroom today before Judge Hanna. What is that forensics evaluation going to be like?
Sure. New York State has a statute, it's called Criminal Procedure Law Section 730, and that deals with a forensic exam. The purpose of the exam that was ordered, it's not to determine whether or not he has an insanity defense. It's only to determine whether or not he has the mental capability of assisting in his defense. He's going to be examined by a licensed New York State psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist will simply determine whether or not he understands who the judge is, who his lawyer is, what he's accused of, and whether or not he can assist in his defense. It's a very, very low standard, and if he can't understand the nature of charges against him, or if he doesn't know who his lawyer is and he cannot assist with his defense, then he would be committed and re-examine and re-examine and re-examine, and to the point where at some point in time, if he needed medication or something like that, he could assist in his defense. But it's very rare that somebody has a 730 exam and they're found incapacitated to the point where they cannot assist in their defense. And this does not have anything to do whether or not he's insane, because a person can have a mental disease or a mental illness, but still assist in their defense. So I think it's very unlikely that a psychiatrist is going to find him unfit to proceed to trial.
John
Those are
Elwell.
two separate issues, whether or not he has an insanity defense or whether or not he has the capacity to assist his attorney at trial.
John, thank you so much for staying with us and being with us for over 3 hours today in studio. We really appreciate your expertise tonight and your insight.
Thank you for having me.
All
We
right,
really
Ed,
appreciate it. Again, John, thank you so much. Of course, we're going to have much more on this developing story. Once again, mass shooting in the city of Buffalo. 13 people shot, 10 people dead.
And before we wrap up, I would be remiss if I didn't ask my partner Claudine here, as the anchor of community. You are very close with that community. I know you're a journalist, but your personal feelings today of what occurred, where Western New York has changed.
Western New York has definitely changed. One of the things we talk about on Community right here on Channel 2 are some of the positive things that are happening. We also tackle some of the issues. This issue of white supremacy, this issue of racism is something that we have not ignored. Pete Gallup and I have explored that as well. We have not ignored what is the truth for people who are living in certain neighborhoods. This is what they experience. Did they expect something like this to happen today? No. Who would? Nobody ever expected that to happen. But now it's hit home.
Right.
And so it hurts on so many levels. It hurts for individuals who decided that they were going to stay. They were going to stay on the east side.
And make it better.
And make it better. Right. And for someone to come into your neighborhood, into your supermarket, and just start shooting people and killing them.
Senseless.
Yeah. There's no sense to anything like this. And so it hurts, but it's a community that has seen tragedy on so many different levels, and it's a community that is going to do what it can to fight back. We're going to be with you every step of the way.
We will. We'll cover it completely. Thank you for your insight, Claudine.
Thank you for being with me tonight.
Always great working with you, and thank you for being with, and John Elmore and Bernie Tolbert. Thank you to all of our guests. Western New York has changed forever. It's just a horrible day in our history, but we will do the opposite, as the politicians and elected officials said.
Remain calm.
Remain calm, and we'll do the opposite of what this shooter wanted to happen, which was to separate us. Hopefully it will bring us closer together and together. Thank you for joining us. For Claudine Ewing, I'm Scott Levin. We will have the latest tonight at 11 o'clock on air and online on WGRZ.com.